Hello, and welcome back to the show. Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen. Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this 27th of November. Looks like in all the fracas, I lost the screen share of Doovid here, so I will be resharing that, and I'll hand it over in the meantime to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us this evening.
Okay, great. Good to see everyone again. Thanks, Jennifer, for doing this as usual. Pardon me. Hopefully, I have a great show lined up for you. Some interesting things to talk about. I think Jennifer's got more writing. So once Jennifer gets that ready, I'll go straight into the screen share to get these links off my desk. I bought a new shelf for the kitchen, so I put the math books up in the kitchen, my shelf. So I think this Wednesday I will be doing the weekly tour of my library, and it will be my math and physics book. So if Jennifer's around Wednesday, she could join me after that. I'll start about 4. If Jennifer wants to join about 5, we could talk about math and physics books, but I felt good about that. I've been trying to return to regular study. Okay, so just some interesting links, real life lore. I check this channel pretty regularly. A lot of their stuff is interesting. This is just geographic about India. I shared a video recently also that was on the geography of India, and they're saying population wise, 50% of Indians live above this line, even though
That was
most
pretty shocking. And then I thought it was maybe something to do with irrigation.
Yeah, basically water and climate. And although most of the major cities are south of the line in different parts, that water is a big deal. So just to have regular self-producing farms in that area. So that other video I shared a few weeks ago on like the history of India, where he was still saying like Aryan invasion theory, God forbid. This one was just pure geography, so it's pretty interesting. This week at the Royal Institute, unlocking the secrets of the universe with numbers. Kind of random, not great, but kind of basic, the importance of numbers. Sean Carroll, also this week at the Royal Institute. And I was joking, God forbid, everywhere you look, it's Sabina Hassenfelder at the Royal Institute, where she's really grown to be the main voice of science. If they're promoting her or just she's got books or whatever coming up. So Sabina Hassenfeld, Existential Physics, Answering Life's Biggest Questions.
Now, I was saying she's the Jordan Peterson of physics in the sense that she's always coming up in your suggested viewing.
Yeah. Although Jordan Peterson appears to be kind of like the bad boy of psychology, where he rose against the will of the elites. Was just a professor that put his videos on YouTube. And as he got more and more popular, generally the elites were against him, and he rose in popularity anyways, as opposed to Sabina Hassenfelder appears to be being promoted by the elites. Here, T-Jump talks to another Vaishnava, Akla Dadi from Das of Ireland, who's a regular on Theology Unleashed. So, I guess T-Jump has been a little less combative in these conversations with Vaishnavas, not demanding, logical evidence, but just kind of trying to understand the philosophy for the benefit of the philosophy, which is I'll get to it with the Jay Dyer and the Crucible, with this recurring issue on me and Jennifer have been having about logic. Medcram, the science of thankfulness and forgiveness, clearly explained. So they had a huge, massive study of thousands, tens of thousands of people on gratitude writing, improving mental health, and generally showing that thankfulness and forgiveness do have health benefits, and holding on to negative emotions has negative health consequences. This was a huge mass study on medcram.com. um, English with Jennifer. So I have some stuff on linguistics prepared this week. I was scared I was going to start falling into depression, God forbid. It's like, oh, existential, like no one cares what I have to say, like I'm not making any progress. And then I started studying linguistics, and I got kind of like a second wind from it, starting with just basic educational videos on grammar.
That's
So
wonderful news.
um, this one's pretty good. Maybe it pays if anyone streaming, um, on intonation patterns was a good one. There was on various ones. I watched the whole advanced grammar on if-then statements, conditionals, if clauses. Um, but the intonational patterns was probably beneficial for streaming public speaking. Um, God forbid, DebateCon. So you saw
These were
Alex
so
Stein.
hard to watch. Please work on your posture. This isn't anyone in particular. Please, you won't regret it.
So it looks like he had his little beef with Max Dillahunty, and I had mentioned, like,
Did you say Max? I think it's Matt.
yeah, Matt. So, he's kind of like, I'm the debate star. You're like the lunchtime show. Like, I'm awesome. And so Alex starts trolling him. And I had mentioned, like, when we talked about Mark Zuckerberg doing, God forbid, MMA, that he honestly probably is wants to be good at violence. And so Alex Stein trolls Matt Dillahunty in the middle of his debate with a Muslim, and Matt Dillahunty, yells like, like, "Come near me, I'll knock you out." And God forbid, I said, like, that's really what a lot of people are thinking. Is like, God forbid, like, like, mess with me, I'll kill you. God forbid, like, what's really going on in someone's head. So Matt Dillahunty's like yelling at him, it's like, "Come near me, and I'll knock you out." And obviously, Alex Stein, not
Yeah,
obviously,
I
but
don't really remember it being all that. I guess at one point James did remove him, didn't he?
well,
Could hardly
yeah,
call
I
that
mean, you could
violence,
see,
though. Maybe force.
yeah. Well, I was saying, like, Alex Steins is a huge guy, like 240 pounds. You're like towering over. He's like twice the size of Matt Dillahunty, so like he's sitting down. But his original statement, then Alex Stein got in his face, and then you see like James is like in the gym constantly and fight training, and Alex Stein constantly gets thrown out of stuff, and God forbid, DebateCon, modern day debate. I mean, I appreciate them trying to stay in the game, but kind of B-tier debates, and so I thought it was ironic. This, although I did think, oh, John Wolfe. So I'm not sure if we're going to be back tomorrow. I saw this on Henry Abramson. So this was a new preprint, 100 pages. I didn't read it. Of genome-wide data from medieval German Jews shows that Ashkenazi founder event predated 14th century, and like the bottleneck effect of genomics of Middle Eastern and mostly Italian blood from certain graveyard finding of German Jews that was found from 600 years ago, and the analysis showed about 45 to 75% Italian blood, some Semitic and other mixtures. So like the founder effect. So anyone interested in that, that's a preprint, which means that it still hasn't finished with peer review. I think I shared this general resonance theory page before. So here is a new video. They hadn't released one in a while on the mind of a bee. Lars Chitka is writing, just came out with a new book called The Mind of a Bee, about bee consciousness. So I'm a little cheap. I probably won't buy the book right away. If my dad buys it, maybe I'll read it. But I watched the video. So they had Lars Chitka giving an overview of his research in his new book, The Mind of a Bee. And bees have representation of space, things in space, learning by observation, simple tool use in a manner that indicates intentionality. Bees have flexible access to a memory library, the idea of what they want, and explore suitable solutions to get there using an awareness of the possible outcomes of our action. They attach emotional states to rewards and punishment, key ingredients of a mind. If people remember, I had went over the bee dance, the figure eight bee dance, where bees will communicate in the hive to their fellow bees the location of flowers or pollen or possibly the new nest through this figure eight dance, where how big the figure eight is, and the line will show them the direction and the distance. So I don't know if you remember the bee dance, the figure eight bee dance we went over a few months ago.
I do, and I think it's actually not the first time I heard of that.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty well known. Like the studies on bees that, but I mean I don't know if you had known that it was a figure eight, but
Maybe not that per se, but something along those lines, that it had a structure and that it was identified as a dance.
yeah, the bee waggle or something. It might is a technical bee, um, the bee waggle. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they use a figure eight, meaning that they'll walk straight in the direction that they want to point towards, and then the distance that they walk in that direction um, indicates how far away, with some proportionality to a longer distance, and then they'll return to the center, and so they'll do it in a figure eight pattern of traversing back like a figure eight, and I showed that, and then other bees that have seen the same site will dance the same pattern, and then when it comes to finding a new nest, or where there's competition where they want to alert the other bees to come in the same area, you'll have different bees with competitive figure eight dancing, and to get the attention of the tribe. So I mean he didn't cover that much the figure eight dance, but all that we know about um, bee consciousness. So check that video out if anyone is going to get a Lars Chitka's The Mind of a Bee book. See how interesting that is. This was interesting. I shared this what if all this YouTube page that had like alternative histories, but also, so this was, God forbid, on the baby boomers and how they've ruined society, talking about the natures of boomers, and why boomers are boomers, and what boomers have done to society, and why that is problematic for the next generations. And I guess boomers is specific largely to the West, and so you could see the
Well, sort of the double-edged sword to be having been catered to so heavily in advertising. They sort of evoke jealousy, where people delight in your downfall. Da, da, da. Not saying I feel that way, but
Kathy loves physics. Why Nikola Tesla is so famous and Westinghouse is not. So interesting. She's done research, and her on, she wrote the book Electricity, Electricity. She got her own theme song, and I've watched almost all of her videos. I've shared videos before, and her research, she's concluding that Westinghouse was really an exceptional person, and like although Tesla's pretty exceptional too, that he gets a bum rap, and people think that Westinghouse may have been on pardon me, may have been unfair to Tesla, but she defends Westinghouse, said he was a good employee, treated his workers well, and he promoted Tesla's um, inventions and had inventions of his own, and then covers um, why Tesla becomes so famous and has such a great reputation, and why Westinghouse doesn't. And so it's interesting, the history of electricity. Um, the genetically modified skeptic, I shared him before with a video about religion in America. So you got more maps about religion in America. And this one was pretty interesting, that had the second largest religion state by state. And so ironically, the pink here is Judaism. So almost the whole northeast of America, besides for uh, maybe it's Vermont, or
That's really interesting. Sort of get this information in directly from the majority. How strong of a majority is it anyway for Christianity? Does it say?
Well, Christianity is huge. It's like 80% of Americans are Christian. So the next largest religion is like 3 or 4% in states. So Jews make up like 2% of America, but Jews disproportionately um, live in certain areas. And although there's a lot of Jews in Florida and California and Illinois, that Muslims still Islam is still the second largest religion in Michigan, Illinois, um, Florida. Buddhism is the yellow. Hindu is the red. So yeah, Christianity dominates by such a huge amount that if you're like 5% of the state, you're going to be the second largest religion. And so it's kind of interesting. All the maps were interesting, but I just thought I'd share this one. Um, this was kind of interesting. You'll Noah Harari, and we might talk about this concept at length. And also will relate to the linguistics, where he basically says consciousness is the ability to suffer, which is kind of like a Buddhist Jain doctrine, where that's really how Mahavir Jain defines consciousness in the terms of plant consciousness, or levels of ability to suffer or motion. Um, Although he kind of just makes it sound like it's self-evident, as opposed to saying his belief, or we'll talk about that more in the past.
Yeah, like apparent, and even it's the case. It's the same thing with the old pre-Pythagorean proofs of the Pythagorean theorem. Everybody wants to wallpaper over their axioms, and we can see why. I mean, just a tiny bit of scratching the surface of those suppositions makes it very hard to have the same level of certainty.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessary that he had to define consciousness so strong, but he does. And then, his main point is the definition of consciousness, the science of consciousness, has political ramifications. And, he refers to, God forbid, the Nazis, and homosexuality is a sickness. And, so you got to be careful, the science of consciousness, because it could lead to the oppression of people. It has political ramifications, which obviously it does. But, so he's saying, like, therefore, like, it's not even clear, like, therefore, be careful about the science of consciousness. But, it does make some interesting points about
maybe that's
suffering.
Just like projection of fear, generalized fear of the unknown. Because it would seem a non-knowledge of consciousness would be more likely to lead to oppression, but whatever.
Yeah, and I guess he's taken a materialistic view. So, but it was an interesting take in the connection between consciousness and politics, and it's also like kind of based on democracy, that politics is derivative of democracy, and therefore, if people are allowed to believe in something, then they're going to form the majority and act in an immoral way, with some sort of a himsa argument, where that relatively is probably not philosophically or logically sound, but still an interesting argument, and it's thought provoking. Um, Carl Friston was at the Wired health event, so less than 100 views. So I guess Wired has like a separate channel for health, and but at least he was a speaker at the Wired magazine health conference, and goes over uh, synap- synaptopathy and the Bayesian brain in relation to psychosis. Um, I've listened to most of these already. I got through 65 episodes, and I'm through 42 of them, because I'm selling science fiction books, and I was just looking to see if anyone had done like a nice history of science fiction. And I found a few shorter ones, but this was a nice one. Um, the Reader's History of Science Fiction by astrophysicist who's a amateur science fiction writer. So, having sold science fiction books for over a few years, and, in the business of selling science fiction, um, God forbid, The Crucible, Pastor P and Jay Dyer. So it was kind of a low tier debate. I thought it was interesting, in relation to what we've been talking about, like Ashish Dalala and Are the Vedas Scientific, where like Jay Dyer's like, you don't understand logic. That's a logical fallacy. And Pastor P kind of just like keeps on moving on. And at some point, he even admits that, you're like, so what if it's a logical fallacy? And Jay Dyer's like, the debate should be over. I don't even want to go on. He admitted that logical fallacies don't matter. And, if he's trying to explain, I mean, they're arguing sola scriptura, uh, versus the tradition. And so, the question, like, how do you know something that's true? And so, I mean, Jay Dyer's of the opinion that truth is derived through logical proof, and Pastor P is not using logic in connection to truth. And so I thought it was um, an example of the points that I've been making on
Yeah,
the
I just
Vita.
think like I've heard people say that to me, and it's such a cop out. It's such a cop out, really. It's like if you can't steelman the opposition to your allegedly in like first of all there are people and there are very good reasons to oppose something like the Socratic method, especially unrestrained use of it. So the idea that people are crazy for or that it doesn't mean anything to not agree with that is ridiculous. So it's just basically
Or you just
It's
straight up
basically
just say that
censorship.
truth
To
is
me,
not
it's
derived from
censorship. It's
logic.
censorship. It's censorship, but they need to invoke the censorship because they can't think outside of the concept that negation is meaningful or is the sole meaningful route to knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, the question of truth, and to say that logic, I mean, if you call negation a form of logic, um, that uh, logic, the truth is derivative from logic, or the only way to find the truth is through logic, which is something I've been disputing, and I'm saying logic is essentially one tool, a Greek tool, um, that has utility, but called just one of many tools. And so I thought that this debate kind of went on. Then you see that Orthodox are generally more successful materially in America, more educated. So even say, okay, I'm a logical Christian. I believe that I could prove Christianity based on logic, and that this tradition that logic dictates that Eastern Orthodoxy is the best religion. And I'm not sure that saying that E. Michael Jones
Yeah, how many times are you going to say the impossibility of the contrary?
Yes, I don't even know I'd agree with that assessment. I mean, it's like E. Michael Jones, you'll view that Catholicism, Christianity is the merger of Greek wisdom and biblical wisdom that
Yep.
equally play a part in something like logic. Like that logic is not um, so E. Michael Jones' view on that would be that scriptural is not logic. Logic is a Greek tool, and Catholicism merged some of these Greek tools like logic, philosophy
Yeah, but then
together.
you're basically saying that pill pull's not logical, and that might be a problem.
Well, Pilpul's a method of like hermeneutics. So I mean, Pilpul's a
Okay.
form of logic applied to scripture.
All right. I was just, that was the first thing that came to mind, but yeah, cool.
And just saying that, but logic is, but scripture is not meant to be logical, and faith or belief or knowledge of God is not derived from logic. You could have logical proofs of God. You could have theological statements, but God, belief in God, understanding of God is not based or derived from logic. And as opposed to if you want to put like, although Jennifer won't agree with the assessment that she's basically like Jay Dyer in terms of her argumentation structure, where like religion and logic are one and the same, and the truth can be derived from logic, and her religious views are true in a scientific derivative sense of logical derivation.
Or my current teachings have a dependent arising with the culture in which they are ensconced, and therefore reflect critical attributes of that structure.
So here's an article. Ashish Delela been sharing his articles almost every week. Um, he hasn't streamed for a while since that T jump last time I seen him. He hasn't done his own podcast or interviews or speeches at Indian universities for a while. But here is his latest article on free power versus willpower. So I've earlier discussed the differences between the two distinct ideas of free will, self-control versus other control. The central argument of that post was that the conception of free will in which we are free to control others is false, but the conception in which we control ourselves is true. However, as anyone who practices meditation, self-control, or self-improvement will tell you, there are immense difficulties even in self-control. The materialist arguments against free will is based on the empirically observable fact that we don't even have control over our minds or bodies. This is where we have to draw a distinction between free will and willpower. The concept of free will, even in the sense of self control, is alien to Vedic philosophy. The accepted concept is willpower and is called Ichha Sakti. Like other powers, it is acquired by yoga practice. Everyone doesn't have willpower, but everyone can get willpower through practice. So here you have another conception of a differential between Western and Eastern systems of thought, and like logic or science, and if you call like a Vedic uh, science. So it's an interesting article. And here's another article. How well do you know Vedic philosophy?
So is it
Uh,
kind of along the lines of like a man can want what he wants, but he can't will what he. Wait, I butchered that, didn't I? Do you know the quote I'm thinking of? A man can want what he wills, but he can't will what he wants. I don't know how I'm saying it, but do you know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, in the ethics of the Father, there's make your will the Creator's will, and the Creator will make Creator's will your will. Nullify your will to the Creator's will. Um, there might be another popular
I just put
statement.
it in the chat. It's Schopenhauer. Is it something along those? It sort of reminds me of that, I guess. Man
Yeah, I mean,
can
so these
do
are
as he
kind of
wills, but not will as he wills.
your definitional foundations of Western philosophy that are different than Eastern philosophy. So here's how well do you know Vedic philosophy? Profound illusion of simplicity arises in studying Vedic theology when we speak of the whole without dwelling on its parts. In the elephant and the five blind men analogy, the elephant is the whole while the legs, ears, tail, trunk, and stomach are the parts. We can talk about the elephant without talking about all its parts. However, that doesn't mean we know the meaning of the elephant unless we also know the parts. Similar theology is the elephant and all the other subjects: logic, mathematics, physics, cosmology, biology, psychology, sociology, linguistics are its parts. We can talk about theology without talking about all the other subjects, but that doesn't mean we understand theology unless we understand all the other subjects. A profound illusion of simplicity is created when we discuss theology without its parts. To illustrate this issue concretely, we can talk about God without discussing his parts, Satchitananda, but that doesn't mean we know what God means unless we also understand the parts. These hierarchical subparts, how these subparts combine to create infinite worlds, how these infinite sequences of subpart combinations become a succession of events. Many other subjects are required to describe the parts and subparts, the hierarchical organization, part and subpart combinations, and their sequences. The whole part doctrine does not exist in any other religion, due to which it is impossible to separate theology from all other subjects, and such separation have been done. However, the whole part doctrine is the cornerstone of Vedic philosophy, hence, such separations are impossible in it. For instance, we can say that God created the world by his power without talking about the specific structure and laws of his world, which must also resided within God as his ideas of the world. Why God has those specific ideas instead of others requires dwelling on his personality. Thereby, God's power is his ideas about the world and his personality that preferred some ideas over others are his parts, and theology cannot be separated from the study of the world. The statement that God created the world by his power oversimplifies this problem of knowing God, which Vedic philosophy does not. It is on the basis of the whole part doctrine that religion transforms into science because religion pertains to the whole and science to the varied combinations and sequences of parts. So he goes on with this, and you could interpret Christianity in some like the Vedic type way. That's what I think. There's the verse in John to say that truth is a person, truth is Christ, and predates creation, predates logic, the origin of all in the personal type way. Uh, but you're saying generally Christianity has amalgamated with the Greek system. Okay, so I have some stuff on linguistics, but let me do a song real quick. So here's a popular song, Buffalo Springsteen, 1966, For What It's Worth. And I'm not sure if this is one of the top 500 songs. It's a popular song. It's in quite a few movies. It's in Forrest Gump, and it's been redone many times. Some people consider it like a protest song from Vietnam. It became popular again recently and was used at the 2020 Democratic Convention with actually the Stephen Stills was played the guitar for it, and opens up with I think E minor, which is like a single note on the guitar. Um, and we do another song also that so these like songs my parents probably grew up with. Maybe Jennifer will have heard this one. The other one probably she would have heard of, but maybe not. They're both of these are on the radio pretty frequently, but they're not like from the most famous songs ever. There's something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's a battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds, getting so much resistance from behind. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Oh, that sounds familiar too. This was a famous, like I mentioned, like Taylor Swift, like it was on like anti-hero. Uh, so this would have been a 60s song, protest song, early rock and roll song, uh, in American kind of like folk song. That song sound familiar to you?
The one you're just singing?
Stop.
Yeah, the everybody knows what's going down. Sure, that's like classic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty. It's not like 500 most famous song, but it's pretty classic. It's in a lot of movies. My mother was mentioning this song. In fact, they're still on tour. The Doobie Brothers, probably the Doobie Brothers. More famous. Blackwater. Uh, I guess almost like a romance song, 1974. They're probably more famous for. Just to mention Buffalo Springfield. Later, I think Stephen Stills ends up in Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, which the Young is Neil Young, and being Bill Crosby, uh, and ended up in a lot of different bands and forming a bunch of different bands. So the Doobie Brothers, they're still together. They're still touring in their like 70s. Probably their most famous songs are "The World Listens to the Music," like "In the World Listens to the Music all the time," and they have "Taking It to the Street." A few other songs that are more popular. This is up there like their top five most famous songs. Blackwater, and it's kind of like a folky southern um, romance southern song, and it also has like a cappella part. It sounded in song structure a little bit similar to um, "For What It's Worth." Well, I built me a raft and she's ready for floating. Oh, Mississippi. It's hard to get the exact key for this. And this, like a lot of these rock bands, even the more modern ones, the lead singer has a very high pitched voice. Oh, Blackwater, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Oh, Blackwater, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Yes, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything, pretty mama, gonna make everything all right. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. It's hard to get the right key for this. As a singer had, and it's like a cappella high part. I had to look up the words. I had this song in my head like a few months, pops in my head. Is pretty, and I couldn't figure out what the lyrics were, and I was able to figure out the lyrics in the song. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama, come and take me by the hand. Take me by the hand, pretty mama, gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama, come take me by the hand. So it was an interesting, probably like when my parents were like first dating together. This was a popular song. Does that sound familiar to you? Like to hear some funky Dixieland, pretty mama, come and take me by the hand.
I don't think so.
It's a pretty popular song in America. It has a acapella part. Is that the Doobie Brothers are more well known for "Taking It to the Street," and ironically, they're still around. They're still touring all these years later. That in their 70s, kind of like southern folk music, rock music. It's talking about Taylor Swift from her country background into pop music. So this one kind of like classical rock, and even like a classic rock romance song that what are like honky tonk uh, mildly clean romance song from the 70s and early rock and roll like Beatles type music. So with that, so I did some research. So let's get some intellectualism here on linguistics, And what I've been mentioning, because Jennifer has her article, and I'll read it, and it still has the same thing about passive voice, and we have this argument about saying like what's the subject.
Is it any better, even just a little bit? Because I thought it was a little bit better.
Well, it's better. You made certain improvements, but you're still using the passive voice. And I've talked about narrative voice, and Ashish Delela made the point about the difference between logic and language, where there's a logic to language and a structure to language, but language is not logical in the same way. And you have your basic structure.
Oh yeah, this distinction is so important. So important.
Which is subject, verb, object. And I'm going to show something else, the interest of what's called agent demotion, which I think maybe Jennifer will understand the passive voice when I put it in terms of the different terminology of agent demotion. But let me just mention the concept of voice here in general. So in grammar, voice of a verb describes the relationship between the action that the verb expresses and the participants identified by its arguments, subject object. When the subject is the agent or doer of the action, the verb is in the active voice. When the subject is the patient, target, or undergoer of the action, the verb is said to be in the passive voice. So that you also have the agent demotion, where you have the agent patient terminology, which we'll look into more. When the subject both performs and receives the action expressed in the verb is in the middle voice. Voice is sometimes called diathesis. And so, just this concept of voice in referring to the mode of the verb, the tense of the verb. And here's another just linguistic term, volition. Volition is a concept that distinguishes whether the subject or agent of a particular sentence intended an action or not. Simply, it is the intentional or unintentional nature of an action. Volition concerns the idea of control and, for the purposes outside of psychology and cognitive science, is considered the same as intention in linguistics. Volition can then be expressed in a given language using a variety of possible methods. These sentence forms usually indicate that a given action has been done intentionally or willingly. And then you have grammar. So, just breaking down. So if you look at like, when you learn in English, it's not as complicated, but like if you learn like Hebrew and you have like the Hebrew verb tenses, and there's like 10 of them, and you have like present, past, and future, and then you have the pluperfect and the past participle, and various let me just see if wiki has so we had grammatical voice, and grammatical tense is a category that expresses time reference. Tenses are usually manifested by the specific use forms of verbs, particularly their conjugation patterns. So grammatic voice, as said, describes the relationship between the action that the verb expresses and the participants identified by its argument. Tense is a time relation. And when you get into linguistics, they try to create a structure for this. And I thought this concept of agent demotion. So I've actually been reading this book, Demoting the Agent, Passive, Middle, and Other Voices Phenomenon, and other books on voice, and also structure and functional. We've talked about like language is descriptive, not prescriptive, which is the structural functional that descriptive is functional, that language just rules describe what people do, not prescribe, as opposed to structural would be a prescriptive view. And other, so the concept of agent demotion is what causes the passive voice. And so the idea here is, instead of saying subject object, you're going to use the word agent and patient, where the agent is the subject and the patient is the object. And these linguistic rules are more better exemplified in languages that have declensions that match the noun to the verb in a way that would make a difference. Um, but the concept is, when you use the passive voice, you're demoting the agent. So
So in this case, the agent is me, or is it
yes,
topic of yoga?
well, I'll open your essay after this, and but I was saying, when you like, when we were saying, like, defined, the agent was you, but you demoted the agent. Instead of saying I define, and you just say the patient, which is, if you're defining yoga. So instead of saying I define yoga as, where yoga is the patient and I is the agent, and instead you put it into the passive and you say yoga is defined, you've demoted the agent, which is the I, and therefore the patient gets promoted to the subject place. Let me just read from
So
passivization.
basically, English is like a conservation of, pressure things. If I demote myself as the subject, somebody else immediately gets bounced up to subject, whether I want them to or not. I can't just nice communistic kumbaya lesbian seagull song night in English. Someone's necessarily the subject, and I'm just having some kind of anarchist collision with the language itself, perhaps.
Well, that's why I said that the I is still implied. So even though you didn't write I, the agent is still there and you are still the agent. So that's why I said, like, Noah Harari, in his claim that even though he puts it into the passive and demotes the agent is still him. So let me just read that passivization has a number of effects. First and foremost, the agent argument, which is expressed as the subject in the active sentence, is demoted in the passive to an optional by phrase. Secondly, the theme argument is promoted from object to subject. In other words, the agent and the theme arguments are linked to different grammatical functions in the passive than the active. Third, a past particle in the passive, unlike one in the active, can't check objective case. So if you put like, I define yoga as so and so, and then you demote the agent and you say yoga is defined as so and so by me. However,
I guess I should have said, I interpret Patanjali's sutra this way and then stated it. Just
well,
sounds
my
so
point is that
it sounds so redundant, I guess.
putting in the passive doesn't actually save you from whatever you're trying to, that it's still you, and putting into the passive. So,
Rephrasing won't make it not me. That's true. Zing.
and why I'm saying, and grammatically, what you should do is, the completion would be the by phrase. So I mean, here it has the example, like, Nancy has approved them, to it was approved, and it was approved by Nancy. So proper English structure generally should be subject, verb, object, agent, verb, patient. And so you could reverse it into the passive and put patient, verb, subject with the by clause. So I define X as, or X is defined as by me, and then you can leave out the by me because it's implied. Means so you don't need to put, uh, if you just say X is defined as without the by clause at the end, the by me is implied. And we'll see this in Jennifer's essay today. When that she's still doing this, and that I actually read another study that it's very common in scientific papers to use the passive voice, and the attempt from the linguistic perspective is likely for some form of objectivity, where what the person is attempting to do is make it sound more objective. Because if I define something as, it doesn't sound as objective. You want to say it is defined as objectively. Like the objective definition of yoga is so when you put in the passive voice, um, it would appear to be, some would call it a grammatical error. It's a dispute among grammaticians whether it's a grammatical error. But the linguistic experts that are trying to understand why Jennifer and scientific writing and people do it is saying really what they want to put is the objective definition of yoga is, but there is no objective definition of yoga, and they don't want to put I define as. And so this concept of demoting the agent.
Well, I mean, I think the scientists would tell you that that's the correct way to write for an impersonal subject. But as we can see with what Pinker and others have said, that is actually debatable.
And here, from these linguistic trees, will show, if you look at like the tree here on the left where you have subject, verb, object, and it makes it more complicated to understand when if you have like, okay, like I am streaming, or I am talking, whatever normal subject, verb, object, agent, object, patient. And so when you put the patient first, even though the verb tense indicates that it's likely passive as opposed to past tense, you have to wait for clarification till the end. And then you have the short-term memory of holding 7+2 things in your head and looking back, and it makes it more complicated to understand. And so these linguistic structures of active versus passive, expectation structures, and so if it's proper passive where you have the by clause in the end, and if the mind is waiting to know what the agent is, because the agent is more important than the patient. The subject is more important than the object, so the mind waits for the subject. So if you demote the agent and put the patient, the object first, the mind waits for the subject, which in proper passive would have a by clause. And if you omit the by clause, then the mind has to then imply the subject. It has to wait till the end and see, oh, there is no by clause, there is no agent. The agent, so you have to read through the whole sentence and then recognize that the agent has been demoted, and then the implied agent is the narrator, the author. Or depending, sometimes you can infer who the agent is or the reason. But so these charts try to demonstrate passive voice. Here's another one. This refers to Malaic. So in other languages, there's actual tenses. So if I put I define yoga as, when I becomes the object, I becomes me. But let's say Jennifer defines yoga as opposed to yoga is defined as by Jennifer. In English, there's no clarification to what is the object and what is the subject besides for the word order. So it's assumed that whatever is coming first is going to be the subject. So if you put yoga is defined, when you first look at it, you're thinking that yoga is meaning to be the subject because it's passive and the agent has been demoted. But in other languages, there would be tenses that would clarify what is the subject and what is the object, because it would be connected to the verb. And so Malaic, there's different languages that have um, matching tenses. So here also, if you have, so to say, the demotion of agent demotion, where you're expecting most sentences, the agent is the very first thing in the sentence. In the passive voice, the patient comes before the agent, and then sometimes the agent's not there at all. And so usually the agent is brought in by a by clause, and then sometimes the agent is implied. And there's linguistic debate of whether you could have an agentless statement. So yoga is defined as, so just to, as arguing with Jennifer, yoga is the object, not the subject, because the nature of the word define, that yoga is the word being defined. It's not
Oh,
doing
okay, I think I get it now.
saying it's the patient, not the agent.
Well, why can't I guess I'm personalizing yoga as like an agent.
Well, it was my point that that's not what you're doing. That might have been what you're intending to do, but what you've done is demote the agent, and the agent is you. And so,
Well, if I was talking about, the Bible defines heresy to be blah, blah, blah. In that case, the Bible is the object, is it not?
no, the Bible is the agent. The
Okay, the
Bible,
agent, right.
the
The agent.
Bible is the subject, the agent. Agent is the subject, patient is the object. So if you say the Bible defines, as opposed to saying uh, is defined as.
Yeah, so the Bible defines blah blah like heresy as blah blah blah, and in the same sense, I would want to say yoga defines enlightenment as blah blah blah. And you're saying that's just categorically impossible. And I would think it's okay to say the Bible defines heresy as blah blah blah. That could be a sentence that had meaning theoretically.
You could say yoga defines, I mean, one thing, that's not what you said. But if you
Right.
said that yoga defines enlightenment as, that would be okay. I mean, at least in terms, that wouldn't be agent demotion, because in this case, the agent is yoga. But then obviously, you're saying that yoga is not the narrator, you're the narrator. So if you just put a statement, yoga, so at least grammatically, that's not passive voice. So if you say yoga defines enlightenment as, in that case, yoga is the agent.
It's just hard to make sense of, and you made that clear, which was helpful for sure.
So if you put enlightenment is defined as, then you've demoted the agent, and enlightenment is the object. What define is the verb, the subject is what's doing the defining, and the object is what's being defined.
Mm-hmm.
So the agent should be before the verb and the patient after the verb. And so if you put the agent before, if you put the patient before the verb, it's passive and the agent has been demoted in that terminology, because there's implied agent. Like you could have a sentence like Doovid runs home, subject, verb, object, and you can have a sentence Doovid runs that's just subject, verb. You don't need an object for a sentence. However, you can't have a sentence that's verb, object. Runs home is not a sentence. Doovid runs is a sentence. Doovid runs home is a sentence. Doovid streams. Doovid streams with Jennifer. Doovid streams tonight. But streams with Jennifer, streams tonight are not sentences because a sentence necessitates a subject and agent. It does not necessitate an object or patient. So if you demote the agent, really grammatically, originally you were supposed to have a by clause at the end. And so if you demote it, then it's questionably whether it's improper grammar at all, or you call it passive voice. But while I have my computer up, we could just go straight into your essay if you want.
As long as we can spend a lot of time on those Vedantic questions.
Well, I'll just read your essay without commentary first.
Well, we remember how that turned out last time.
I read it first without commentary last time.
Viewers can go and check out what happened last time.
Well, you notice that before we discussed it, I did read it through without comment.
Yes, I must be remembering it wrong.
Yoga Chitas Vrita Nirhoda. Yoga is the cessation of fluctuations of the mind, Pentangela 1.2. Introduction. There are 7 milestones of the path of acquiring knowledge. Student inquires with self. Student inquires with teacher. Teacher accepts student. Student receives initiation. Student becomes familiar, masters, and finally transcends teaching. This section focuses on the subset relevant to the acquisition of yogic knowledge, milestone 4 to 7. This discussion begins at the point where the student has undertaken a sufficient period of self-inquiry, researched the available teachers, and sufficiently offered themselves to the teacher of their choosing, and ends before the apotheosis of the 7th stage, mostly. First, the manner that initiation modifies belief will be described. Then a demonstration will be given as to why the structure of yogic knowledge precludes direct initiation into yogic knowledge. The initiation mastery cycle. Once the student has done their due diligence and becomes accepted by the teacher gives the student initiation. Afterwards, the student remembers the experience of the initiation on an ongoing basis, and the memory of initiation gains inertia through repetition. Milestone 5 comes once the student can access the inertia of memory at will. Milestone 6, mastery, is obtained once the student can implement the memory's inertia on a domain-independent basis. Milestone 7, transcendence is reached once the practitioner can meaningfully compare the strengths and weaknesses of competing memory inertias. Initiation shifts the focus of practice from inquiry to memory. Before initiation, practice consists of disjointed quests for particular skills. After initiation, practice consists of gathering inertia in the state of initiation through remembrance. The direct expansion of self-generated inertia then generates the subtle heat that transforms the body into the enlightened state. Yogic knowledge is non-initiated. If you know the way broadly, you will see it in all things. Miyamoto Musashi, The Book of the Five Rings, 1645. Student may acquire if initiation consists uniquely of alteration of the mode of belief, and yoga is not a mode of belief, then how can one be initiated into yogic knowledge? Simple. One cannot be initiated into yogic knowledge. Yogic knowledge does not come about from a single initiation. Rather, yoga is the essence of initiation itself, unification between not knowing and knowing. Yogic initiation builds gradually across multiple initiations. Yogic knowledge is the web of experientially validated sameness between initiations. It develops gradually through meta analysis across numerous initiations. If you could be initiated into yogic knowledge, then the teacher could determine the student's status as a yogi. The principle of autonomy maximization, however, indicates that self determination is maximized only when the practitioner themselves makes the choice to be a yogi. The practitioner gives themselves knowledge through practice, and so the teacher cannot withhold yogic knowledge from the practitioner, only initiation. Summary. This section has discussed the subsection of the milestones of knowledge relevant to the acquisition of yogic knowledge. The mechanisms of initiation are subsequent practices were discussed, followed by an explanation of why it is not possible to be directly initiated into yogic knowledge. This section has not discussed the differences between the state of yoga and yogic knowledge, which will be covered in the next section. So,
Thanks.
yeah, pretty good. So, I mean, you avoided the pitfalls of what I was talking about, the passive voice.
Like I didn't even want to talk about this stuff, but then I realized that it doesn't make sense for me to talk about physics, about why would we change the metaphysics of physics if not to reach enlightenment. I guess it just seemed a lot easier to sort of say, yeah, enlightenment.
So I mean, you made improvements on it. You're moving in the right direction. You had, clear roadmap, a summary review, possibly even proper paragraphs.
Possibly proper paragraphs. Well, I never.
Although you're still, failing to meet some of the basic standards of an essay, which is, where we had the big problems last week with the passive voice, which is the introduction to the topic, the definition of the topic, the role of the author, the meaning of the topic to the author, and the value proposition of the topic to the reader. So it's kind of like a pamphlet instruction manual that doesn't explain. So it's still not quite a proper essay without the proper introduction that has the topic introduction, the definition of the topic, the relationship of the author to the topic, and the value proposition of the topic to the reader. Although you do have,
I think in a way I'm working that out still due to my inability to relate to what someone might find useful in the teachings and sort of still working that out. So far, it's enlightenment good, metaphysics and physics help with enlightenment.
I mean, you actually had that in your last version last week. The only problem was the passive voice. And I mean, you could have attempted yoga defines enlightenment, but so here you we just look at there are 7 milestones of the path of acquiring knowledge. I'm not sure if it's student or a student or the student. If it should have a student inquires with self, student inquires with teacher, teacher accepts student, student receives initiation, student becomes familiar, masters, and finally transcends teaching.
Yeah, I thought I'd give a completely uncited breakdown of 7 levels of knowing something or learning something, and then immediately segue into a subset of that I thought was the best way to show how yoga is learned. Then it's through successive initiations. So then I was going to go on to basically that was basically it. It was yoga, therefore physics.
Yeah, but the problem is, what I said is implied. And if you don't state that yourself, it's worse off because it's implied. So, like I, as a person who really understands this stuff, believe that there are 7 milestones on the path of acquiring knowledge. So, I mean, that's, the agent here, you, the narrator, is implied. So by not, just ignoring the fact that, you, the agent, narrator, is present and are doing the narrator, it's still implied and doesn't solve the problem. So, you have to just straight up come up with a way to, clarify that, like, yes, I'm the one writing this. And then it's implied that this either is your own belief that is unsubstantiated. So it's saying that, that it's implied, if you don't say otherwise, the implication is what you're writing is your own unsubstantiated belief. And so if that's not the case, so saying I believe, so I mean, you just say like it's implied, you say there are, but really what's implied is I believe there are 7 milestones on the path of acquiring knowledge. And so, saying that's implied even though you didn't write it. And so if it's not I believe, it's, it's stated in this scripture, or you're saying like, but, so it's really no difference whether you started off I believe there are or there are. It's basically the same thing because the I believe is implied. And then, then you give the roadmap. It's not even clear what you're writing on. Like I said, like the last time we were writing, like I couldn't tell whether the purpose of your essay was to define the path to enlightenment or to try to convince people that yoga is hard. So like, if you like, there'd be some sort of clarification to the reader, like why you're writing this, what they're supposed to get out of it. And so you have to come up with a way to clarify that, like why you're writing it and what the reader should expect to get out of this. And so just like, and God says there are 7 milestones on the path to acquiring knowledge. And this section, I mean, really saying, and I will focus, so the I here is implied, as I said, so you didn't use the I, but it's implied. So I will focus, you wrote this section focuses, but really it's I will focus, because it's implied. I will focus on the subset relevant to the acquisition of yogic knowledge. So I don't know if you see what I'm saying here, that if you don't put the I, it's implied. And if you don't want the I to be implied, then you have to defer the I, and then there has to be some sort of clear explanation, because obviously you're the writer and the I is implied, and so the I is demoted, and and so it's deferred to say, well, I, the author, is just quoting scripture, and it's not that I believe there are 7 milestones, but I, is the collector of the information who has put it in this form, collected this information from this authoritative source. But it said, like, either way.
Well, there's not going to be anything. There may be opinions that deviate from that, as in there's less than 7, more than 7, depending on the author. So I suppose I should say I identify 7 milestones. Like, it just sounds
It's
weird.
implied.
Yep.
So they're saying, like, you don't save yourself anything by not including the I because it's implied anyways.
Yeah. I don't, I guess I'm kind of going on the basis of unfalsifiability, where it's like self evident, but I guess that's not good.
Well, it's just improper grammar because it's not more objective when you don't include the I because the I is just implied and then it's just unclear or deceptive because the I is implied. So you say objectively, there are 7 milestones. Um, but like, no, I mean, not objectively. If it's objectively, you have to prove it's objectively or quote. So I mean, really, that's what you want. You want, like it to be authoritative and be like, like objectively, undisagreeably, like proven beyond the shadow of the doubt. There are 7 milestones of the path of acquiring, not just because I think so, but like, no, the I is implied, and and even though you didn't say it, you did say it. I think there are 7 milestones. And it's funny that is you don't even mention enlightenment like in the last one. If you meant like
Well, because I realized it probably just makes more sense to talk about the state of yoga and equate that to enlightenment versus knowledge, yogic knowledge, which is slightly different. So I think I sort of realized I don't need that term, and it's a bit of a goofy sounding term, sort of just off the top of my head.
yeah, I mean, so you're making improvements. So like you're almost at essay form, and that's why I've been saying like you have to find your narrative voice, and once you find your narrative voice, you'll have to figure out how you're going to deal with this I thing. How you're going to relate to the author, how you're going to relate as author narrator to the audience. Um, but I mean, you're getting
And then it's
better.
like, how do people relate to yoga? And the answer is they don't.
Well, that's your argument. So I'm saying,
My argument is not that people don't relate to yoga. My argument is that my book is necessarily only going to have a small amount of people who are interested in it because of how unpopular the subject it is.
so I mean, if you're implying like certain negative statements towards, if you're implying misconceptions, and you're implying that you have some deeper, truer understanding than the common man, that even though lots of people do yoga and think they understand yoga, really you don't. And
I
so
don't
if that
really
if that's the
want to.
tone of
Well,
your
then
if
I don't
that's
know.
the
I don't want to go that far because that sounds extremely uncharitable.
if that's the tone of the implied tone of your writing. So I'm saying you don't say that, but that's the tone of your writing.
You're now tone policing my writing.
I'm not tone policing. I'm saying that's um my interpretation. You're saying that my interpretation, my feel. I'm saying that that's the narrative voice as the reader that I get. And saying because you don't, let's say it's implied. So if you clearly stated it, then like I said, I get that tone even though you said otherwise. You're first saying you didn't say anything, so that's the tone that I implied because you didn't set the tone. So then you have to work on setting the tone, and so that's basic writing style. Um, but yeah, I mean, you're giving good information. Um, it's kind of interesting. It's said like you have you're almost at basically proper paragraph form, introduction and summary. Um, we still work a little bit on the summary, but I think you got to work a little bit more on the introduction then, because the the summary is kind of an inverse of the introduction. That once you get the introduction down better, the summary will flow better. I'm not sure if this is the same Gandalf Nick or someone else. If it is, I don't mind if he pops on, but so types. Is that implying you don't think it's him, or it is him, and you've had dispute?
I don't know. I think it's just someone posting nonsense in the chat. So
Yeah, I can't tell. And the statements made it sound like it was him, but then the random PKP. Okay, whatever. Okay, so that's my week in review. Let me just show one interesting book. I've had this book for a while. I just started rereading it. Elements of Scientific Inquiry by Eric Martin and Daniel Asherham, MIT Press. It's like a 20-year-old book. You get it used, not that expensive. And it tries to make a logical format of scientific structure, and in terms of the agent, the scientists, to put the agent of scientist into the logical formulation of the determination of scientific law. So that, as opposed to objectively, these are the laws of science, that the laws of science are based on an environment that's being defined by a scientist, and then there'd be other scientists. So it's an interesting, element of trying to include the scientist agent within the truth that is defined, and the environment that's being defined, and the scientist being included in the environment that's being defined in logical language. And the book is mostly logical language, and I've been reading through that. The 10-volume series. I've been trying to do a chapter today, although today I didn't do it, on the history of logic.
how far did you get in that?
I mean, it's a really long book, but I'm on Indian logic, so I'm on page 300 and 309. I finished the first 4 chapters: logic before Aristotle, Aristotle's early logic, Aristotle's understanding logic, Aristotle's modal logic, Indian logic. And so I'm just trying to pound through. So even though some of it was complicated, I just pounded through. And so I didn't have the chance to read Indian logic. It's like 11 volumes, like 700 pages, average, like 100-page chapters. So trying to do around a chapter a day. Oh, today I missed a chapter. It's possible I'll do it. So if you want to give your week in review, I just sold 2 books. So let me get those. And if you want to say anything interesting for this week, and hopefully we'll have some interesting things to talk about.
Well, I've been mostly working on, let's see here, trying to work out the right way to phrase my ideas, to have some kind of a relatability, and so on and so forth. So I've gotten, let's see here, to the point where I can identify an error that I make, and that's something that Pinker says, is that inexperienced writers just describe things in the same order that they remember them, which sounds really familiar to me, as the way I'm just used to talking about things and understanding things and ultimately writing about things is recitation from memory, and it doesn't always sound the same because a memory is like an object, and you can always look at an object from a different perspective and always get a different take, I guess. But yeah. I think in terms of a style, it's like I'm sort of stuck in the style, I suppose, of just the standard scientist of trying to be self effacing. And I guess that's what I'm pretty much exclusively focused on right now. Because I really didn't understand what my style was, at least not how to emulate it in a writing, and how I would exactly make a theme with something that's meant to be essentially instructional. So it's meant to be pedagogical, and a lot of this just seems like kind of a story that you're kind of a story, more so a storytelling uh, style guide than an actual like instruction manual. More so textbook, more so type vibe. But thought a lot of these points were good.
I
But
think
ultimately,
unfortunately
go ahead.
it's it's fake humility because it said the I is implied, and if you're trying to be, make yourself, like by not saying the I and then implying an objective voice when it's really just you, it's false humility, and so that's why scientists use it, and they might self justify themselves as some form of humility, but in reality, it's the opposite. And if that's why I said like certain writers, or like the author or the collector, if saying that if you put, instead of saying I, that the text, like the collector or the author, saying, well, it's me, it's obviously me, I'm the one doing it. So there's no like false humility in claiming that there's like this objective voice when really it's coming from me. So you have to get over that, and find your narrative voice, because it's you talking to the people, and to pretend like there's some objective voice coming out of you is false humility. It's your voice coming through, and if you can't define your
And
voice.
then to attribute a general definition to myself as though I was its progenitor, that to me seems like the arrogant thing.
Well, I think it's the false humility because you're claiming to be humble, but at the same time you're claiming to be objective.
Well, you're
So
making
if
the
you say,
claim on which one is more humble, and I'm saying, can you see it my way for a minute? That it seems a lot more arrogant to attribute a definition that I don't feel I came up with to myself.
yeah, but the humility would be to admit it,
To
to say,
explain that it's better to just make an unfalsifiable assertion that's vague rather than assert it to be my opinion in the interest of brevity. Do you have any idea how long-winded such an explanation would be, that thereby violating the principle of brevity?
well, no, I mean, you just put one statement in the introduction. Um, all of this is based on my research and my opinion, which could be incorrect, or an explanation, or some sort of footnote, and but the first time to put the I, and then you don't have to repeat it every time. Like in my humble opinion, uh, put that the first time, then you don't have to start every single sentence as in my humble opinion. But the first time to put in my humble opinion, and then to say like, oh, in the sake of brevity, like I couldn't even put the I in my humble opinion in the introduction.
It's just redundant for any author to say, "Well, it's just my opinion." It's like, yeah, duh, that's
You're misdefined
it's self-evident.
redundant, which is like a onomatopoeia because the dun dun repeats itself. Redundant means repetitive. So to put it once in the introduction is not redundant. You didn't even say it once, so it can't be redundant to say it once. It's redundant to say it repetitively.
Okay.
And then saying you have an excuse like you you have like you're shy, you're embarrassed, but you're like you're writing, you're putting yourself out there, and if you can't introduce yourself, you can't put yourself out there. And then you want to say like you want the voice of expertise to come through you, then you have to establish yourself as an expert versus you want the voice
Yeah, I get
of
that, but then it's a question of what establishes a person as an expert in consciousness. And then you have to establish that you're an expert to be able to say what establishes an expert in consciousness. So see how it's self-referential in a bit of a strange way?
what some if you start your paper, I'm no expert, however, interest in the topic and interest in love in the topic and audience that is I feel like could connect to people, some explanation for why you're writing that doesn't include the establishment of your own expertise that really necessitates in the introduction your relationship to the topic. So say if you just
Couldn't that be its own section? You know? Just why do
well
we
if
have
it's
to
a
keep
book,
coming
yeah, I
back
mean
to
if
this?
it's a
It's like, duh, if it's gonna
book
be in
you'd
the
have a
first
whole
fucking
introduction.
chapter, that's gonna be like in page IXII or whatever.
I don't know why we got to circle the wagons and play go around the merry-go-round on this every time. An essay, it could be just one sentence in the introduction. It's a book, you're going to need a whole introduction or forward. So
Of
your
course.
forward is going to be the introduction of the I. If your essay could just be one sentence, I am a yoga enthusiast who've been practicing this for many years. That's it, one sentence.
I guess I
Sharing.
just don't like the idea that people would take practicing for a long time as conferring expertise. I don't want people to think that I said that. It doesn't.
Well, so you
Only
didn't establish
mastery
expertise.
confers expertise. And what is mastery is something that it's for other masters to say.
Yeah, so you don't have to confer expertise to say your narrative voice. But I love yoga, even though I suck at it. I've been doing it a long time. I still suck at it, but I love it, so I'm writing an essay on it, even though I suck at it. You don't have to confer, establish expertise to write an essay. You can establish that I suck at it, but I'm still writing an essay.
I could say I suck at yoga and I'm writing an essay on it. Is that what you're saying? I'm highly confused.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't have to establish expertise. You have to establish your relationship to the topic.
Okay.
If you want to establish your relationship to the topic as an expert, then you'll do that. But you have to, in introduction, you have to establish your relationship to the topic. That does not mean establishment of expertise.
Right. So that's going to be
And
its
then the
own
reader
section.
could know that the person who's writing this is not an expert, and they could do with the information as they see fit. If as the person is not an expert who's writing it, they could still popular writing doesn't have to be conferred from an expert, or inspirational writing or informative writing. But just the generic essay in a sentence, like it just one sentence, an introduction that establishes your relationship to the topic, and then there should be another sentence of your perceived connection of the audience to the topic. So I've been practicing yoga for many years and love it, even though I hardly understand it and still suck at it. Um, Although I believe that yoga will benefit people, and if I could share some of my love to the audience to encourage them to take yoga more seriously, uh, this essay will have been worth it. There's whatever 2 sentences, one that establishes your relationship to the topic, and then to set the value proposition to the reader for some sort of heads up on why you think the reader, what you think that the reader should be expecting to get out of reading this. So it's really, I mean, it could be more than 2 sentences. It doesn't necessarily have to be, like this size essay that you wrote that has, it's probably just 2 sentences. And you didn't really, from the last time, introduction to the topic, definition of the topic, um, introduction of yourself and relationships to the topic, and the value proposition expectations of the reader from your writing.
Yeah, so like it's yoga technology applied to physics is the point.
Well, I mean, if the point you're saying, like, that you're connecting to a reader. So because I'm writing to, I mean,
So
so if
it'd be
you're,
someone who wants to do physics, excuse me, someone who wants to do physics with consciousness science. And I don't think that there are that many people that are aware that that's a possibility right now. So hence my being remiss to speak on it. So my first impression was, okay, it's just going to be an instructions manual, and no, it's going to be some sort of a name, something that's targeted at a demographic. So I guess it would be
yes,
the
you have to
people
clarify that.
who want to
You
do
have to,
physics in a manner that is not inconsistent with panpsychism, as I understand it.
you have to clarify that in your introduction to make it clear to the reader what they have in front of them, what the author's expectation is, what the author's connection to the topic is.
So what's the topic? If the point of it is applying yoga technology to physics, what's the topic?
Well, I'm reading your thing, like, I don't even know what the topic is. I
The
don't know who
topic
you are.
is,
I don't know what the topic is. I don't know
yeah.
what I, as the reader, is supposed to get out of this. So I mean, like, God forbid, like, you're still not there at like a standard essay, because like you didn't meet the basic um, minimum requirements of standard essay format.
Yeah, the idea is it would be a series of essays that would build on each other, I guess. So this is one essay, presuming that there's already a chapter explaining me and why I can talk about this. And so it doesn't need to be reasserted every single explanation. Now, this particular explanation is about differentiating practical knowledge and theoretical knowledge, I guess, or initiated knowledge.
Well, I mean, you're trying to talk it out, but it's saying, like, it said, like, this is just 1 sentence you could have added to the introduction.
I'm not going to do that, though, because it's going to go against what a book is supposed to be, which is a series of essays. Okay. I don't want every essay to have the same information. Oh, it's just my opinion. Well, it's just my opinion. Well, it's okay. It's like we get it. Yeah, it's just my opinion. It doesn't need to be said every time. Please stop bringing it back to this.
Because
I
it's
don't
implied.
want to have to insert this stupid thing each time that is obvious, that ultimately it's in people's hands if they accept me as an expert. I can juggle all sorts of balls for infinity, but people can't delegate their decision to accept my expertise to me. which sounds like what you're trying to do right now, which is why I get a little bit frustrated because it's like, I have to start somewhere.
Well, really, I'm just explaining to you what a proper introduction should include and what your introduction was missing because it didn't include what a proper introduction should include. And I don't
Yeah.
know why you keep on
And
bringing
I'm
this back.
explaining to you that this doesn't apply here because there's going to be a whole section qualifying my expertise, and therefore it doesn't need to be qualified every single time I write something. And it's redundant to do that. And the whole point is that the teachings are supposed to speak for themselves. As this teachings establish the expertise. Does that really need to be said? It's supposed to be self-evident, and if it's not, then I don't know what difference saying it's going to make.
Well, no, because it's not about expertise. It's about your relationship to the topic. And so every essay on a various topic should have a clarification to the audience of the author's relationship to the topic that they're writing about. So no, I mean, you're going to have an introduction that's going to establish you as an expert on all topics, or your introduction is going to establish your relationship to all topics, and say like even if you did have an introduction, it would still be reasonable that in all your chapters and all your essays you would include a sentence at least in the introduction that establishes your relationship to the topic you're talking about.
The topic is just one topic. The whole collection of essays is
You didn't
just
even
one
you
topic.
didn't even define the
I don't
topic.
understand how the topic is applying yoga technology to physics and always has been. Consciousness technology applied to physics. That's the topic. That's the topic. It always has been. I keep reasserting it.
You're saying
And
that's the
we're
topic of
stuck
every essay
in
that
a
you're
meta
writing.
analysis level that's so abstract. I start to struggle what the actual connection is to the
Because you didn't say it.
subject.
So I mean, now you're saying it, but you didn't put it in your essay. So whatever the topic was, we'll see if you, but whatever it is, you didn't put it in your essay. You didn't define it. You didn't uh, state your relationship to the topic and the proposed what the reader should expect to get out of it.
Yeah. And the point is that the reader cannot expect to get anything out of reading a book on yoga because yoga is a practice. So to say that the reader is going to get something out of the writing is kind of like they're going to get an introduction to applied yoga technology applied to physics. That's what they're going to get. So it's like, I don't know how many different ways I can say that.
Well, we'll say it. Put it. You didn't put it there, so whatever. If you think you said it, you didn't put it in your essay. So like next time, put it in your essay.
Well, I'm not going to be putting it in the essay because that is the purpose of the collection of essays. So this is one essay in a collection of essays that the intention of the collection is to present panpsychist physics. That is it. Or yoga technology applied to physics.
You don't even have one essay yet.
So reasserting what is accomplished only by a group of essays, every single essay is redundant. So I don't see what's hard to understand about that. You wouldn't expect to have basically a biography of the author in every single chapter. You'd have one little
I don't know why you're
biographical type thing.
hyperbole. I mean, like why? I mean, you clearly don't understand what I'm saying because you can't say what I just said, and you have to keep on giving me like hyperbole to.
Okay, I'll try to say what you just said. I'm supposed to introduce the topic, my relation to the topic, at the beginning of the essay.
What did I say the introduction's supposed to have?
My relation to the topic.
Was the topic, the definition of the
The
topic,
topic,
your relationship to the topic,
my relationship
and
to the topic.
the
And
proposed
the
What the
description
reader is supposed to
of
get out of reading it.
uh-huh.
And okay,
And what
where
the
you got this
reader's gonna get
biography
out of
part.
it what the reader's gonna get out of it is not gonna be the subject of it because that counts as proselytizing, which is forbidden. So, what they would be getting out of it would be a knowledge of how to apply yogic technology to physics. So it's like, here we're going to apply yoga technology to physics in the end with the goal of applying yoga technology to physics because I have expertise in applying yoga technology to physics because of the quantum periodic table.
I don't know what
That would be the, that just, it's like,
I mean. You have these personal hangups, and you're just not listening to what I'm saying. I don't know why you keep on coming back to biography and expertise, because I
because you're
didn't say
saying I
that.
have to put this stuff in the first paragraph of every single section. And I'm saying there's just going to be one section that deals with that subject on its own, and it's not going to be mentioned again because the intention is the same for every single section as the sections build together towards a single intention. So it's a bit like, I accept what you're saying. It's a rigidly formulaic way to write an essay that doesn't generalize to every single domain of writing. And I'm explaining to you why it doesn't generalize this one. I'm not even saying I want to get rid of the content. I'm just saying I want to put it somewhere else. I'm going to collate all that elsewhere in one single section. Therefore, the introduction is merely an overview of what the section contains. My authorities presupposed, and the benefit is also presupposed, as it will be explored elsewhere. So, having said that, if you're going to keep pushing back and say no, it's got to be this way, it's like, are you hearing what I'm saying now?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're saying you're not writing an essay, you're writing a textbook, and these things are you basically just samplets of something that's eventually going to go in your textbook, and you have almost no purpose out of it, except for something that will eventually have a purpose within the supposed textbook that you're writing.
Yeah, like, what the Socratic dialogues were originally? How there's like a circle and then students discuss the teachings and stuff and interpret the meaning together to be something you could theoretically do that with, I guess. So,
So I mean, you're basically saying you're not writing essays.
I think maybe someday it will make sense for me to
You're
write
saying what you're
essays.
writing has no independent value. That you're basically admitting that, like, what you just wrote has no independent value, and will only have, or very minimal, and will only have value with the completion of your textbook,
Wow.
as opposed to if you listen to what I said and did in the way that what you wrote could have independent value as an essay. You're saying no, it's not meant to have independent value of an essay. You're just sharing things that will eventually be part of a textbook and currently have no independent value.
Well, you're implying that textbooks don't have independent value. Where'd you get an idea like that?
Well, I'm implying that, like, a random page out of a textbook doesn't have independent value.
What kind of textbooks are you looking at?
All kinds. Like, I sell textbooks. I mean, it could be
Okay.
that there's some independent value of just like a random
So can you
page.
accept that a textbook wouldn't make sense to expect to pick up a random page of a textbook to expect there to be a qualification of the author's credentials on any random section of a book that a textbook that wouldn't make sense?
I would never expect to read just a random sampling out of a textbook, like on. I mean, possibly if I was, like, topically, like, like, some theory, like like Maclaurin's theories or Noether's theory, if I was going to look into a textbook, um, just go straight to that part that mentioned it. I mean, it's possible, like as a sampling, like like when I look at the introduction or the author or some part, or that if I just wanted some basic understanding, that I would just read like a 3-page insert from like a textbook because I wanted information on it. I mean, it's remotely possible. Like, I mean,
Did
I
you
guess
ever read a book called Stand on Zanzibar?
I mean, it's a science fiction book. I think I've sold it, but no, I haven't read it.
Okay. It's just, something in there really, I don't know.
In fact, the history, that guy was
Like, have you read Shankara's original work?
Josh Bruner, Stand on Zanzibar by Josh Bruner.
Yeah, no.
I sold those books actually, but I'm not sure if I still have it, but I'm familiar. I've sold those books.
I just this is going way back to like E-Bombs World days. I remember seeing on a message board searching for like what was the most accurate futuristic dystopian novel, and someone uh, thought it was this one, so I figured I'd give it a read. Daryl, so you've never read a textbook? I don't know who that's asking that question to, but I have actually read a textbook called I'll get it here.
I've read hundreds of textbooks. I don't know what I'm saying
Textbook
that.
of Ayurveda Fundamental Principles, Vasant Lad. I've read this twice, cover to cover.
I'm
And
talking like just
clearly Doovid
like a
has read
2-page.
more books than
If I found like just like a 2-page, you know, thing lying on the floor, and I knew it was part of a textbook, but I didn't know what textbook it was part of. I mean, it's possible I would read something like that. Instead, like I have reference, so I have textbooks that I've read, and then I'll look up for reference, or I have textbooks that I haven't read that I will occasionally look up for reference. Most notably, if it was like math or history or something like that, where like I did, if I was just looking for uh like World War II or something, and like the Battle of Leningrad or something like that, and just looking like uh like a Wikipedia article, I'm just gonna flip to the a section out of a chapter, uh and like you're not even talking like a chapter, like chapters are usually tens of pages, so you're just talking like a section out of one chapter. That'd be possible, like, yeah, I mean, that I would, yeah, just read a section out of one chapter. I mean, but I would probably need to contextualize it. And so even like if you're planning on writing a textbook, I mean, one, it might make more sense. Um, I mean, even for me looking at your stuff. So I was saying, so I mean, okay, so you're clarifying that it's not an essay, it's not meant to be understandable like that. It has to be looked at as a work in progress, and then you would probably like have to have an outline
the thing
of
is, I
your.
think eventually I do want to write essays. I need to do this physics thing first because I'm gonna just I want to write the essays with having already established how I'm going to use all the terms in physics. So I've got the matter fork with the 7 levels of signal decomposition. I still have to work out a few more things just with what words I'm going to
You're
use.
trying to defend yourself for your poor writing by saying like it's not an essay,
No, I'm
it's
agreeing
a
with what you
section
said, and
out of a
I'm going
textbook.
further. I'm not trying to defend anything. Whatever you said, I'm agreeing with what you said and adding information to it. That's all.
So I mean, if you say, okay, you plan on writing a textbook, like possibly like a first thing that you would do would be an outline of the textbook, and then I'm reading this and saying like, is this like, chapter 4, section 3 2, and so like I just have a random excerpt of chapter 4, section
Well,
3.2.
that's where these conversations are so important because through talking to you and other people, I get closer to an answer to where to start it. Because it's like non-dualism, beginning is always a kind of an arbitrarily imposed thing, but then the context, through the context, we can find kind of the general range of where it makes sense to model the beginning as, like to synthetically impose a beginning where no beginning exists. If that makes sense.
I even think, well, like I mentioned, the outline to my multiple truth hypothesis and how the essays that I'm writing that I wrote as essays that stand alone, um, and to have a consistent narrative voice when I eventually got to a book, I would, the introductions and conclusions would have to be changed. But I wrote them as standalone essays. But if I mentioned the how I planned on formatting the book, and so like self, or when one of these topics that they would be part of a chapter, and most of the essays I wrote would have been the introduction, historical backdrop to the subject, and reality, most of it would have been probably relegated to the footnotes that the multiple truth hypothesis will have a chapter on self that does not necessitate like a comprehensive history of self. I might have an introduction in the, if the chapter on self is going to be like 40 pages, and might have subsections, and the first one might be an introduction to self and the history to self, and then it would be connected to the multiple truth hypothesis and how the multiple truth hypothesis could advance theories of self. Um, that the essay I wrote, which is basically just a historical overview, that I mean, it's remotely possible that that would be like, if the the chapter on self is chapter 4, and that would be like chapter 4, uh, section 1. Although, like in reality, it would probably, a lot of that would be relegated to the footnotes, where I wouldn't, necessitate writing like some deep history of the self, theory of self, and the information that
Are we talking
I
about
take.
your writing now? Because I'm totally down to do that. I just sort of lost the trail of what you were doing. But if you want
Yeah,
to
I'm
talk
talking
about
about.
your stuff with the self and everything, I'm totally up for that.
Well, I
Woo.
mean, I did. I was saying I didn't proposing it like I'm writing a textbook. I mean, you could call it I'm writing a textbook on the multiple truth hypothesis, but I thought it'd be just a book. I'm going to call it like a textbook. Although maybe eventually I
Well,
would
I
write.
hate to say freakonomics again, not content, but form, I think is around what you want, because you don't have a developed theory, but it's a great idea.
Well, I do have a theory. It's like Freakonomics.
And
I'm not
instead of
sure.
what he did with science, you go through and say, look, I just ruined this experience. And by ruined, I mean did a really great job in totally analyzing uh, through the MTH, and then this experience through the MTH, and then this one, and you just keep slaying them and you rack up chapter after chapter. That doesn't have to be a textbook. That's a proof of concept. Just the same way that book is a proof of concept, that science, when you have that insight for modeling, can be really insightful. Obviously, whatever you shot this down before, so I don't have to like belabor it. But what do you have anything else you want to say about your writing by yourself? So you got 40 pages. You're thinking 40 pages, and you still haven't figured out a context. Because as far as I knew, I thought you were just writing these essays independently, more or less.
Well, at a point, I did write independent essays by saying that they would that half of my essays would be subsections of chapters, so that you
Mm.
could see that if I've written 10 essays, that if that multiple truth hypothesis, let's say, would have 8, 10 chapters, that some of the essays would be subsections of chapters. So in the point, the introduction, like it would change, like the multiple truth hypothesis would have an introduction, and then chapters would have an introduction, and my self introduction, the relationship to the topic, but probably the chapters would probably also include my relationship to the topic. So the introduction would be my relationship to multiple truth hypothesis in general, and then a chapter would probably also include my relationship to the topic of the chapter. But that's not textbook style, might not include.
That's because MTH is coming in on a different level of abstraction. And so that makes sense as a claim to qualify every single. I'm only essentially trying to qualify one thing, yoga. You're trying to qualify all things as decomposable via your thesis. So it's different ends completely.
Yes, I mean, I proposed
So
my
in your
multiple
case,
truth
it
hypothesis.
totally makes sense for you to say why it's appropriate for you to write about something because you're always qualifying how you're interpreting the topic with MTH.
Yeah, I mean,
Whereas I'm
probably
not doing
also.
that. I'm using the topics to qualify an understanding of a deeper thing through multiple expositions, if you will, essays, whatever you want to call them, a series of essays.
Well, no, so you don't even have a single essay, and they're just saying the opposite, that they're not going to be essays. It's going to be textbook. So it's not going to. I mean, if you're just changing what you said, you were saying that they're not going to be essays. It's going to be a textbook. So like,
Well,
and therefore,
it could be a series of essays as an appendix in the textbook. Like I don't know. One section I know for sure I want is the list of like philosophical problems and the different ways you can approach solving them. Kind of like not the answers to the unanswerable questions, but how to start to work in an understanding of why the questions are unanswerable, maybe. It's pretty interesting stuff. So that's one sec chapter list of see, and then that I could see those being essays because it's just a description of a philosophical, like for example, thesisship. That's not one of the sections, but for example, that could be just what I'm saying. Maybe not.
um, well, no, because you keep on saying different things. So they say if you had a worked out structure, uh, you're saying that your goal, you want to write a textbook, and you have some sort of.
Jeff, do you agree that some textbooks have essays in them?
Sometimes.
Right. So if it took the form of an essay, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I guess I kind of see it as like quasi essays, but punctuated with diagrams, more lists.
And textbooks are more instructional. Essays are usually not, instructional like that. You can't have
Really?
instruction. You could say everything's an essay, but no, I'm saying a textbook is different format, and it's instructional.
Right. So what does that have to do with essays? Saying essays aren't instructional, they're something else.
Um, essays can be instructional, but they're not the same format as textbook.
Yeah, so I guess to me it makes a lot more sense to do like a textbook for this stuff. And so where to start the textbook is, I mean, I don't know how to say it, but yoga technology applied to physics. So I suppose I could try to explain that more. Like, I'm not too sure. I think it's probably just better to put the chapters, or maybe figure out a chapter structure first, then that's it. Fill it up with the content.
Yeah, I mean, you've outlined a flow chart, saying, I mean, if you have topic, I mean, what are you saying? Say that in yoga as applied to physics?
Yep. Yoga technology applied to physics.
I mean, I guess those words are tough to conceptualize. You'd have to, what's yoga technology and applying that to physics? I mean, they're just words. I'm not sure it means anything without.
Yeah. Well, I know what those words mean, so I guess that's why I'm the one writing it.
Um,
So now for you to say you're going to know what the words mean, it's kind of like that defeats the purpose of writing. So
I
it's
know
like,
what the
yeah,
words mean.
you don't know what yoga technology, how yoga technology applies to physics. It's like, I know, that's why I'm writing about it, because nobody knows the answer to this.
I don't think I've ever heard. I mean, there's a web page, yoga technology, um, yoga as a technology, but I mean, like, it's almost like an oxymoron, yoga technology, because technology is a Greek word.
Well, you know who else used the term was Yogi Bhajan, so I have a precedent. So pretty sure he even has books by that same title. I'll try to just check. Do you know that person? Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan.
Yeah.
I think at least one of his books has technology in the title. Yeah.
I mean, you interpret like what the. I mean, if you're putting the terminology, say like what the East has to teach the West. If you're putting like yoga technology applied to physics, you're saying like what the
Well,
East
how
has
about
to
you
teach
give
the
me your
West.
definition of technology and we can go from there?
I mean, technology. I think you're just looking online at like a systematic treatment. Uh, Technology sometimes like an art or craft. It's another ology, so it's like the study of craft craftsmanship, like in relationship to engineering.
Uh-huh.
Or systematic treatment technology.
Doesn't everybody already kind of know what technology is because of like computers and calculators and abacuses and such?
Because we call that technology. I mean, it's one of these other like
Okay.
oxymorons, like the logic, like yogic logic or something like that, which is like um, Greek Hinduism. I mean, technology, the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry. But I mean, just like yogic technology is like Greek Hinduism. And like physics, like I
So
mean,
last time it was, well, can't be scientific because that's Greek. Now it's can't be technology because that's Greek. Just
and
I mean,
physics, it can't be physics because that's Greek also. So I mean, logic, physics, technology are all Greek words and Greek ideas. So I mean, you could talk about Greek physics, you could talk about Greek Hinduism. Um, but yeah, I mean, when you define the words or however you're doing it, but I mean, clearly technology and physics are Greek terms, Greek ideas. Yoga's a Vedic Sanskrit term.
okay. So I want to replace it with technique.
Technique has the same. It's the same Greek word.
Well, then I need a synonym, I guess.
And I mean, if your implication is that the classic Vedic concept of yoga applied to non-Vedic fields such as physics, I mean, it's like a book. I mean I mean I know what the words mean. It's like I don't know what you mean by the words, and if you're just like it's an everything to everyone type thing, or what you're trying to. I mean, if you're looking at modern concept of physics and what you believe that yoga has to contribute to the modern field of physics.
Like applied yoga. Yeah. That's why I sort of qualified it with yoga technology, because yoga versus yoga technology is different.
I mean, if you're like how, like if you were going to put like a sub, I mean, you call your textbook yoga technology for physics, and the subtext would be how the ancient Vedic practice of yoga could help solve the modern scientific mysteries of physics.
I had not thought of it that way, but it sounds good.
I mean, that's the lines you're getting at, is that the answers to the modern scientific problems of physics have.
I don't think that all those questions can really be answered.
I mean, are you
So
looking at like a
I don't
theory of
want to paint it like, oh, it's a solution to everything. It's like, no, but it does help to understand it better.
I mean, just a generic like theory of everything. Like, let's just combine the Greek Hinduism to solve all the world's problems.
I think I just said literally not that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of what you're saying. Like,
Maybe
Greek
you
Hinduism would
imply that
answer all
from
the
it,
world.
or maybe
If
you
we,
infer that
if
from
we
it,
just
and I'm flattered that
if
you
we just
infer that from
combine
it.
Greek, if we just combined Greek and Hinduism, we could answer all the world's problems. Come up with a theory of everything. That's the thesis of your book. Is that applying Hinduism to Greek could solve all the scientific riddles. And then you're going to try to
Well,
put
you
that in.
said scientific riddles, and I don't know that I want to phrase it like that, but it's interesting to hear you put it like that.
Well, I mean, you put it on me, like you said, you want to call it yoga technology. I mean, because clearly I know what those words mean. I don't know what you mean by them, but I mean, I could even say it's an oxymoron. So if you're saying it's like a theory of everything, because you're claiming that there's some unifying principle between things that are in opposition to each other, like.
I actually, don't really follow that line of logic completely. What's the opposite? The yoga technology is an opposite.
Well, I'm saying yoga.
There's intrinsic intelligence, and you reach the yogic state, you can access information from intrinsic intelligence, can't
I
you?
was saying that yoga and technology, physics are opposites. I mean, yoga's Eastern and technology and physics is Western.
Yeah, and just as the West makes claims about theology, the East makes claims about science that the other one doesn't agree with. So,
So you're saying if you could unify opposites, that be like a theory of everything.
no, a theory of everything is monism, which is a violation of non dualism, which is specifically forbidden. The more general, the worse it is to give the impression that it's acceptable to sub in monism for non dualism. So, every quote theory would be domain adapted. So,
I mean, there's a reason why engineering developed in the West is a derivative of Greek wisdom, and technology in relationship to engineering. These are Greek things uh, that, I mean, you could claim that there was technology and engineering in India, but the field of technology and engineering developed in the West under as derivatives of Greek wisdom.
Well, you
Yoga
could
is
say there was some version of science in the East over history, and then there was some version of science in the West over history. It
well,
doesn't have
no,
to
so
be an absolute
science.
assertion about anything other than that.
Well, no, so you had science and Veda in the West, and you had science and technology in the West. They're different systems. There's similarities. There's elements within the systems that are the same, but they're competitive systems that view and understand the world differently. So, I mean, Veda and yoga is a competitive alternative system to science and technology.
Maybe you want to paint science and technology as being in opposition to yoga, but yoga doesn't paint itself as an opposition to anything. So you want to say they're inconsistent. I'm going to say maybe they're inconsistent in some ways, but in some ways, no, because they're mutually coherent. So I think we could do work in figuring out where they're coherent or could be coherent and where they're not, maybe. And just that was where I had the idea to write basically a historical narrative starting um, and sort of through a synthesis of a couple key thinkers starting in basically 1600s through the computer revolution, the invention of -1 or square root -1, and the basically systematization of linear algebra, like institutionalization of linear algebra within philosophy itself in some way. And I thought that would be a book that maybe you'd want to write about because it still requires a lot of research, but it would be developing the like narrative, as in like having all this development in computers finally be completed through a panpsychic technology. So we could say like, well, there was maybe drawbacks on both sides because obviously there were, even if there's like flawless theory on the eastern side, they were still oppressed militarily by the West for a long time. So there's that. But yeah, basically correcting the errors on both sides to some measure. That's the way I see it. So to paint it as being at odds, I'd say secular systems are just definitely at odds with each other. So, insofar as it's purely secularized, it could be at odds with other things, but it's
Well, I mean, say if
fundamentally
you're going to
logical.
write a book on yoga,
I don't want to write. No, this isn't me talking about a
I mean,
book on
you're
yoga. I'm talking
specifically,
about writing a book on the historical development of technology, in particular, like those things with regards to computers being super important in development of philosophy and our what are they called? The informations of the Shannon-esque notions of information.
I mean, you're just talking generally, you're back to talking about your supposed textbook.
Most recently, I was talking about how fun it would be for us to collaboratively write a story starting in the 1600s and now about the computer revolution. And this would be separate from what I'm writing about the yogic physics, but they would go together because it's like, ooh, we have the yogic physics now, and we have this history book that explains like 400 years of progress. And then get a little boop cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm working on my writing now by reading, And like, yeah, I like saw like Alan Dershowitz written over 50 books. Like Pinker's written tens of books, and a lot of those books are quite voluminous. Like I'd like to be able to just like start writing a book on the history of technology. Although I mean it's mostly research,
Well, we
and
could write the outline first and then do research and then do another outline and then do research and sort of like go back and forth between research and an outline. That might be fun. And like I could get better at, rather than writing journaling style, actually more do it in a more structured way. Because I did watch some videos, about people giving instructions on how to write, and on the philosophical side, it was super helpful. And the guy said he was able to go from basically a very low rate of producing good writing to like 1,000 words. I don't know if he said an hour, but it was 1,000 words over less than a day, which to me seemed really good. So I'm very optimistic. And like, I don't know if this is a dumb question, but what is my style? And not necessarily just asking you, Doovid, because I don't know if you'd be interested in trying to answer a question like that. But if anyone in the chat has an idea, if like have some sort of style that I can just like look up what that is and then systematize it according to an algo, because that just works a lot better for me if you haven't figured that out by now. Ah. I see you're asking John if the show's on tomorrow. What's up with that anyway?
yeah, I think he said yes. And I mean, God forbid if he got that strike and it's over. Yeah, I still think like maybe I'll make my own web page. I'm trying to put together streaming on my channel because like Week in Review is not a venue to have guests, so I have to.
We have guests sometimes. It's just like it's hard to come on the show, and I've done a really bad job of making people feel welcome on the show. So, that's on me.
Yeah, so I thought of a few people. Um, I thought maybe to try to get an interview with that guy who's doing that series Science Meets Fiction. I listened to most of his series, and maybe he would talk to me. I sell science fiction, know a lot about it. Um, and then I thought maybe I would try to reach out to that guy who wrote those physics books on physics and symmetry and the no nonsense guide, because I saw like he's a younger guy, and that Jacob um, Swichtenberg. But I mean, we'll see that. But yeah, I thought I'd keep on streaming, do the tour of my library, and then that's helping me organize my thought, and just looking at some of the books I've read over the years. And so it'll probably take me another like 2 months to finish the books in my house, like another eight episodes or so. And by Hanukkah, coming up maybe in like 2-3 weeks, I'll try to get to my Judaism books. So this week I'm going to do the math books, and maybe the next week I'll do like business or some other topic, and then I could probably do Christianity and my African section, and my Judaic section. Maybe I'll divide up into multiple parts. So I figure like I probably have another like 2 months of doing my tour of my library. If you want to join Wednesday for the math and physics books, where like I'll start at 4, and it'll probably take me like an hour to go through them. And if you want to join and talk about that, you're welcome to. But just so I'm streaming regularly on my channel, try to build up like an audience, so that I could likely, if I had a guest on my channel, I would have an active audience, get a few hundred views. So now I've streamed um 6 weeks already. Yeah, 6 weeks already. I've done my books, like we mentioned it, over the Jewish holidays. So when the Jewish holidays ended, I've done every week now Wednesday for 6 weeks now. This will be the 7th week of the tour of my library. So the Freemasonry one's doing pretty good. That one's I think going to continue to get views and good content. But yeah, so hopefully, starting next year, I'll be in a position to start inviting guests, and that I got a reasonable channel, 2,000 subs. If I get, you know, if I could get 20 live viewers, at least 10 live viewers, up to 20 live viewers, um, I could probably get reasonable interviews, and so reach out to a few people. Think of, I could reach out to authors of books that I've read, various subjects. I could try networking also with active inference. I left their Discord. I wasn't participating at all, but yeah. So I'm thinking of that, and then to possibly also continue in public study sessions where I'll be going more in depth into topics. Maybe hopefully finish and then create my own webpage and start writing on my webpage, where I put the essays I did up on my own webpage, and then write maybe weekly, like I'd originally did on the chess server. I would try to write a weekly essay, and then be a topic um, that I would post. So those are plans that could happen. Um, so right now I'm just trying to organize my library itself, which is in some way organizing my thoughts and what I've done and the direction of what I'm researching. And so I might just continue like that towards the end of the year, and at the beginning of next year, try to make an active effort to reach out to guests, interview guests, and create my own webpage to post a blog on my webpage. I mentioned that you'll have to decide whether I'm going to go to Italy for the Science of Consciousness conference. Um, so to see, I could probably even wait till like March till I finalize that. I think that the streaming. I'm not sure, like Charles Moskowitz, if that if I'm around Thursday and he wants to talk, I don't mind talking with him. But I don't think that's really going anywhere. He's not really good at networking. Not once has he set me up with someone to speak to, and Luke Ford. Like I still might talk with him, but I don't think that's going anywhere. Um, I'm not sure the Judaic stuff, like Adam Green, or
Yeah,
speaking
wasn't
on.
Luke originally saying you two would study Torah together?
Yeah, it didn't work out that way. So like, I think my streaming, like I still have Asked the Rabbis that I could do. In fact, I still have the research on a few Ask the Rabbis that I plan to do. So I haven't done an Ask the Rabbi for um, like over half a year now. So maybe Hanukkah I'll try to do another Ask the Rabbi also, because I've already done the research for two or three Ask the Rabbis that. So Hanukkah's coming up in like 3 weeks, so I'll maybe try to do an Ask the Rabbi over Hanukkah, and I don't think there's any engineering conferences coming up, but yeah, well, I got to start producing material like this. So I think this tour of my library is a good way to, one, establish expertise, credibility, to say like, who is this guy, and to say, well, what are my qualifications, and say, well, I'm a guy who read a lot of books, did a lot of research. So I have some resume, but my resume relatively is not that impressive. I've done a lot of things, but I'm saying like I don't even have a master's degree. Yeah, I haven't worked at I've worked in diverse fields and done things, but I haven't worked for any like major important companies. So my resume on that end is somewhat weak. So I think like the tour of my library helps establish my credibility. So like, okay, well, this guy, I don't know, knows what he's talking about, but I've read a lot of books. I'm knowledgeable, and so we continue with that. And as a bookseller, so well, what do you do? I sell books. So like I read a lot of books here, and it relates. So I think I'll do the tour of my library. That will take me through the end of the year. So I'll try to do every Wednesday through the end of the year the tour of my library.
Are you
And
still going to work on your writing though?
well, I'm saying I think I might wait till next year because I don't think of an audience for my writing.
That
I
just
think,
sounds like such an excuse. Just saying.
um,
Did
well, I mean,
I ever give a shit that my horrible writing had an audience? No.
well, I'm saying my only audience really is you,
That is
and we
not
can review.
factual source. The
So I'm saying
numbers
like,
on your blog that you deleted for some reason.
well, it wasn't my blog; it was the chess server, and it wasn't really a right proper venue for my blog on the chess server. Like I was using the chess server to host my blog, and although it got a lot of views, I thought it was essentially negative because uh, the people who were reading my articles on the chess server weren't necessarily interested in what I had to thought. They were interested in me as a chess player, or like chess techniques, or figuring out how to beat me. And it wasn't conducive to intellectual work because most, chess players like competitive and anon and gamers. And then there's like a chess world where hierarchy is determined by how good you are at chess. So like authority is established by being good at chess. But no, it wasn't a proper venue. And as I said, like I'm not sure, besides having a bunch of views, that I was accomplishing anything by posting on the chess server, and there were enough detrimental factors that I took it down. Um, so if I bought my own web page, posted on my web page, I would probably get very few views, like tens. It would take me work to to build up hundreds of views. I would. I don't think Week in Review would is structured like the show's not growing. Um, like if tens of people who watch a Week in Review would read my essays, that would be, so like I would have from my really only following is YouTube, like my
Let's
social.
think here. What type of overlap would you estimate between We Can Review audience and blog audience?
Well, say if I created a blog, I think I would get tens of views right away. And that would be low tens of Week in Review watchers, low tens of my YouTube subs that don't watch Week in Review, and maybe like another 10 from my Discord that you may that or other social media. So if I could get like 50 views for an article, of which would be made up like half Week in Review and half of people who follow me on other forms of social media, uh, but don't watch Week in Review. And so that's why, and I don't think the Week in Review audience would grow that much in terms of like if there's tens of people who watch a Week in Review that would check out my blog. I don't think that number is going to grow. Um, but I think my channel, if I the subs on my channel, I think I could grow to maybe a few hundred if I streamed regularly, and then I talked about my blog, um, and had a venue on my own channel that I, like maybe even like once a month, I did cover my own blog post or something like that, or come up with, besides the tour of my library, maybe when the tour of my library finishes, to come up with a new show on my channel that, but yeah, I mean, I would hope I would be able to, if I did it. That's why I said, like, my perception of writing, like I'm writing for other people. I'm writing for myself somewhat, but I'm largely writing for other people. If there's no other people to read my writing, then there's no purpose to my writing. So I would have to see if I could build up an audience. And I think the streaming that I've networked already would almost all be useless to it, in terms like Luke Ford, Charles
You ever think
Moskowitz.
that maybe the type of people who read blogs and who watch streams aren't the same demographics largely?
Yeah, so I'm saying of all the type content the people I've streamed with on YouTube would be largely wouldn't read my blog. I mean, maybe if I wrote on Judeo topics, like, if I wrote on like Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, um, I could probably get that might be a more read article. Um, so if I had like a Doooovid.com and I wrote an article like, my thoughts on Nick Fuentes and Kanye West and something like that, that might get more. That I would have to decide whether I would want to do something like that, and that would probably get more people to my blog. More people would be interested in that topic, or if I would, maybe I could get picked up by like the Oons review or something like that. If I could get, that would be, Oons review is a pretty big, I mean, I think it's almost as, I mean, it's a pretty major, one of the top news web pages or something like that. Uh, I've spoken to some of the authors like E. Michael Jones, Kevin Barrett, um, that I could look to writing for something like that, and like I would probably, that it wouldn't be science. That would be like my thoughts on like anti-Semitism, Kanye West, or like politics. Um, and unfortunately, like the Charles Moskowitz isn't moving in that direction. So like maybe somehow I would be able to work with him like in a way that like we were publishing articles on Oons, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that would happen. Um, but those are alternative directions, like my ideas research, and then popular writing. If I did popular writing, it would probably be more like on Judeo conspiracy, political stuff, or like Israel, American politics, Judeo uh, interpretations.
So you don't want to write a narrative story about the last 400 years and the development of computers?
Um, I mean, theoretically, but I mean, no, I mean, I think writing's a lot of work. I don't think anyone would read it.
I disagree. I'm
Well, I'm
interested in
saying
it. I might give it
maybe,
take a crack
I
at
mean,
it
maybe
just to
like
like
10
get
people
the
who watch,
creative juices flowing or something.
maybe like 10, 15 people who watch Week in Review would read it. But I mean, it's a lot of work. And like, I don't even sure if like, like Moral Outrage Prophet or like people in the Daryl would really, be that interested. Like, okay, if I wrote it and, maybe, we wrote it, maybe they would read it. But if there's really that much demand for it, it's a lot of work. And then, if I wrote a quality enough thing that I would try to make the rounds as an author, where, like I would, um, I mean, that seems just like academic effort. It's, like on a unassigned homework. I'm just doing like unassigned homework. That, but I mean, it's interesting. But
Literally, isn't every single thing we do that we don't need to do unassigned homework?
I mean, possibly if you would say reading, writing, I read anyways. I don't write anyways. And then say if I was going to read and research to a level, so like I have multiple books on the topic. It's an interesting topic, but I was going to read at a level to be competent to write on it. But writing something I don't do. So and then like I'm an old man already. Like God forbid I'm like an old man. Like I have to get. I'd have to like get paid or something like a writing club, like a newsletter or something. That I mean, like if we had like a week in review newsletter, like or create like a writing society. I asked Forex Shark and like Claire about writing. Forex Shark was minorly interested. If he wanted to like write a book or articles, I mean, he has a blog and he's paying people to do things for him. But I was telling him also that really, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. I mentioned it to Claire. She's considering working on her writing. Um, I told Luke. Um, I'm not sure if Luke. I mean, his blog posts aren't really proper essays either. So Luke doesn't really write essays. His blog posts are kind of just like lists like yours, even worse than yours. Um,
God
so
forbid, worse than mine.
yeah, they're not even like
Talk about inconceivable.
they're not even structured. They're really just like
It's very
um,
much a stream of consciousness, but that's the exact same way his streams are.
yeah. So I mean, and his blogs are mostly just like copy and paste from stuff that he reads that he finds interesting. So he's not even like writing. Um, but I encourage
Writing
people.
has to actually have a good story. That's why I was like, multiple truth hypothesis as a series of essays intended to persuade the reader to the utility of the method. Because that's actually interesting. And then the
I
other
think my
one
best.
I'm going to start on if no one, other than, I mean, obviously I want to dive into those questions on the Vedic blog as well. But other than that, I am going to look at an outline for the 400-year history because I think it's important to have a little bit of history. I mean, ultimately, it'd be nice to have something going all the way back to the Greeks, as everyone can see how often the combos devolve into Greek flexing.
Yeah, man, there's probably books on that already. In
I've
fact, like
never really seen a book about this because this would include modern developments, but I haven't seen a whole lot of books that talk about a narrative voice, or sorry, the story of how technology evolved over the last 400 years in particular, surrounding like the invertibility of eigenmatrices. Like, come on, that's pretty specific, don't you think?
well, I mean, I don't know if you just changed what you said. So I mean, if you keep on changing what you say, but
Okay, well, how general do we have to get before you can say, yeah, actually, there are a bunch of books written like that? So, are you saying there are a lot of books that cover the last 400 years of technological development?
yeah, there's hundreds of books like that. Just on like the book of computers. That I mean, I have probably like 10 different books on the history of technology.
I'm talking about just the last 400 years, though.
Yeah, I mean, they cover different time frames. That I mean, so like like I mean, obviously you could if you create like from the year 1434 to 1821, there may not be a book on it, but but
Well, I'm
yeah,
more
there's
thinking of an actual historical summary, so something that starts somewhere and ends more or less in the present. Are there a great many books like that? And in particular, ones that begin about 400 years ago. I mean, obviously, if it was like 300 to 500 years ago, I'd be cool with it for interest, but I just don't think so many books as that exist, particular because of how quickly modern tech is developing.
yeah, there's a lot of books on the history of technology, and it's divided up into just if it's engineering technology, construction technology, the computer,
Computer
medical
technology in particular.
medical technology, um, physics inventions. But yeah, I mean, that's a common subject. That it's not a super common subject. Like there's not thousands of books on it, but there's tens of books, maybe hundreds of books on the subject. And I myself, it's a subject that interests me. I probably own 10 books on the subject. I've probably read another 10 books on the
Well, that's
subject
wonderful.
that I don't own.
Okay, so how about the topic of the 400 years history of the math and physics of signal processing?
Well, I mean, if you're just giving a random 400 years, like as the if you know the history of it, the relevant history would.
I'm saying as an idea for a book to weave together a story about the development of computation alongside a civilizational understanding of computation, facilitated by a number of milestones in math and physics and signal processing, which is like applied math and physics.
I've never looked up like the history of signal processing. I was just reading today. I started reading the history of analytical geometry, which starts with the Greeks, but I mean really kind of it comes with Fermat and Descartes, but starts his.
That's right. We'd want to start at Descartes. Yeah, I think. I mean,
I mean, 400 years is random. So I mean, if you're talking like the history of signal processing, it would probably you would probably start with the ancients and the precursor ideas, and
hey, I get that. I get that. But to make a story, you have to truncate it somewhere in order to have coherence. And I'm saying I want to truncate it at 400 years. I know there's a history prior to that, but I want
yeah,
to
I mean, this
start
is
this
random, because
particular
if you
narrative
know the
400 years ago because it's relevant to modern understanding of computers. I can't include infinity information going back into the
yeah,
past.
it just seems nonsensical. You're 400 years, whatever. Saying if it's a history of a topic, it's relevant history of the topic. If the relevant history of the topic is 400 years, if it's not 400 years, there's no reason for 400 years of signal processing. I don't know enough about signal processing to know if there's enough ancient precursors, or it could be something that really only has a 200-year relevant history, and there's not really a 400-year relevant history.
Well, you could argue many things. You could say there's only a 50-year history, like my dad decided to, for whatever reason, argue that. I'm going to say misogyny. It's arbitrary. So, okay, you're taking issue with the arbitrary choice of 400 years, and I'm saying that that's my, as the theoretical author of this, that's where I arbitrarily choose it. But it might make sense to go back before that for a tiny context. But then you
I'm
have
just
to sort of
looking
make
online.
another. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying you're just talking nonsense. So, like, even saying like you're like just assigning homework for nothing, to let alone to something arbitrary that is nonsensical, like 400 years. Like if the history is relevant for 400 years, but you're not gonna.
Because there's a certain level of amount of caring. It's for me to get practice writing an essay, which to me involves a degree of as my far my understanding, like involves a degree of personalism that I don't grasp. And so I was thinking I could have
So I'm
a
trying to like
personal
forget
narrative
forget the 400
by
years.
invoking these personalities as punctuations in the development of a historical idea as something that is basically you know personalities as embodying aspects of an idea that we don't fully come to completion or any perspective as to what that idea is until we get to the internet, which enables like a meta-analysis and crystallization of perspective is unprecedented. It brings into
Okay, well,
uh,
so forget
contrast
nonsensical.
the importance of the last 400 years, in particular the developments of thought in mathematics, physics, and signal processing.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, just if you're, I mean, you can't even write a single essay, so you're like, let alone you're thinking of writing a book, and then you already have nonsensical um, your relations to your book. I mean, here's a book the signal, the history of signal processing, how we communicate, and it looks like it starts mostly in the 1960s. Well, it has some precursors going back 150 years. It's only a 200-page book. Um, CRC Press.
Did you post that in the chat?
Yeah,
Is that what you posted there? If so, thank you.
yeah. I mean, the blasphemy zero. I mean, it might have some ancient precursors. Uh, the code even say identifies the key issues underlying modern communication technology. The documents the contributions of its inventors, explores the signal and communication. Um, but yeah, I mean, it looks like it's probably only starting um, 100 years ago or 150 years ago, and most of it's
So
only in the late.
because someone wrote a book already where they said they started their historical narrative 100 years ago, therefore it started 100 years ago. Is that the idea?
Well, I was saying you don't actually know the history. So to say like,
Well, I mean, is that what you're saying? Because it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying. And if that is what you're saying, can you see how someone might not agree with it?
well, it's saying that I'm sure there's a book on the history of signal processing. There is.
Okay, great. I'm sure there's a bunch, but signal processing didn't come along until, like you say,
Yeah, I mean,
100
signal
like
processing
100
is like
years ago at most.
less than 100. I mean, really in the 1960s,
Yeah.
or if you wanted like Shannon information theory,
Right. So
it
I would be
comes out in the
wanting to have a
40s.
longer I would want to have a longer discussion than that in the context of historical thinkers and going back to as far as I have to encompass the thinkers that connect to the concepts that form the modern ideas. And so
I just
at the
read a book.
very latest, to me, Descartes would be the absolute latest that I could stop. Because without Descartes, because the amount of influence that that had, still not fully understood, but I mean, it just wouldn't basically make any sense without Descartes. And so since Descartes is so important, everything basically since then is important. So it wouldn't just be signal processing, it would be how philosophical currents, developed into what led to signal processing being a manifestation of our culture. So I find it hilarious that both Doovid and my dad have taken issue with the exact same aspect of my story. So I'm not sure if that means, I don't know how to take that, if that's a good sign or a bad sign, frankly, but usually have the rule of threes. So we'll have to wait and see if there's another one that pops up. But I
Yeah, I
will at
mean, I
least
think what you're
attempt to
saying is just
outline.
nonsensical. I mean, if you were to say like, I mean, obviously you're not really a writer, and then you're just trying to set something arbitrary like that's nonsensical, like um,
So a history of
and
signal
then you're
processing
gonna.
starting in the 1950s or whatever, that's sensical. But writing about the development of thought that led to our modern understanding of computers is nonsensical.
What is sensical, but saying that you're going to arbitrarily call like 400 years that's
I'm
to,
not going to say it's arbitrarily 400 years. I'm going to say we have to start with the advent of Descartes, which is about 400 years ago. Otherwise, I don't know how to make sense of anything else. I mean, there's still stuff before Descartes
look.
that's important, but you got to stop somewhere. Otherwise, the whole story can't be told coherently because there's like a finite amount of care that people have in the tank to dedicate to a narrative. And so that's what I was trying to work on was my personal writing ability through this exercise,
Okay,
which I'm
well,
obviously
I mean,
hugely interested
I
in.
reject your advice. So, like, if I was going to do it, it would not be 400 years. Like, if you want to, go for it. You
So
can't even write a
what are you
single.
saying?
You can't
What
even write a
do you
single
have an
essay.
alternate? Do you have an alternate timeline then?
Yeah, I would like everything. I would probably start with the Greeks. if I were going to, do, I would either start in the 1960s or, I just finished a book last night, a short book called The Victorian Internet, and, the history of, um, the
Sure.
telegraph.
Well, it was hard, but
And,
I will
Victorian
concede
internet,
to starting the
the
narrative at the
remarkable
Greeks.
story of the telegraph. And so that's somewhat related to signal processing, the telegraph and Morse and the laying of the network. And, like I was reading, it wasn't even the greatest book, but, I just read that. I finished it last night. Like the last 2 or 3 days, I read that book before I fell asleep. And I don't know if that would even, include the stuff about the history of the telegraph
It's
and
hard because
signal
where are
process.
you ending? If
So
you
it's saying
start with the Greeks, where are you ending?
if
With
you want to say
modern
the
computers?
the breakdown of the relevant ideas to signal processing, which, to some extent may be the history of math and science in general, but to saying the relevant ideas to signal processing, and if some of those, in all likelihood, existed in ancient times. I mean, so if you're laying out a book, it could be the introduction. If the long history, it could be the first chapter would get you the 1960s. Could be, the first chapter would be the ancient times, like my book on analytical geometry. You got first chapter the Greeks, then the second chapter the Greeks till uh, the modern era, and the third chapter you're Fermi and Descartes. But yeah, I mean, so if it's signal processing, that I don't know enough about it, that if it would be, the first, there'd be one chapter in chapter two, you're already in 1960. Or, if you can have a,
Well, if I
chapter.
was going to start at the Greeks, I'd start with Aristotle's laws of logic, and I would say that that is a necessary condition and try to build the entire historical perspective up from Aristotle.
But yeah, I mean, so
And
that,
then something like what examples were you giving for the Greeks? I would say Euclid was also very important.
well, I was saying if the relevant precursors to signal processing predate 400 years, then to have a 400-year history of signal processing is nonsensical.
Are you trying to like I,
If
I
it's,
mean, do you want me to agree with you again? I think I already said I agree with this, but I can agree with you again if you want.
I mean, I'm just
I mean,
looking from
you said
what
nonsensical, and I mean, to me, it's like a matter of opinion what's sensical, and I'm fine with going back to the Greeks. I just do you not understand my point about it, like being too long to be subjective?
no, because I think that, I mean, it depends how long of a book. I think that you could probably get up to like 1960 in a chapter.
Here's my oh, okay, yeah. Well, if you want to put it like that, sure. I'm just not a
I
big
mean,
fan of
the
exact.
history of
I'm
signal
not a big fan of
processing,
cramming like that. I don't like cramming because to me, it's like you're going to lose so much detail that people are just not. There's the chance of misunderstanding is so high. You might as well just not even put it in there. And just say like,
right?
if you want to know about this area of history, read a different book because this is not meant to cover that. But yeah, I guess I see
You want
a
to write
line
a
from
book
the
on
Greeks. General, go ahead.
signal processing is a new field. So if you want to field like the precursor ideas, if you want to write a book, the precursor, like precursor ideas to signal processing, and you want to, cover the history of all the ideas that were important precursors to signal processing. But you say in essence, signal processing is a new field, and it starts in the 1960s. And so there are ideas that existed beforehand that were necessary for the advent of the field, but the field is a new field and doesn't really have much. It doesn't have an independent history. So it means the telegraph existed without signal processing. And you could look at like Morse code, or various forms of signaling or communication theory, precursors of mathematical ideas that were necessary for the field of signal processing, and even like Shannon information. Um, but signal processing is a new field that starts in the 1960s.
Right. So, what about computation is an old field that we have that our understanding of it has been evolving across time and still
Well,
is.
so what you're saying is nonsensical. So if you're talking,
It's more like signal processing is a result of an evolving understanding of computation, and computation being something that Euclid was doing with the axioms and so on and so forth.
yeah, I mean, so a year frame is usually, it's not a common way. So if you wanted to, like a major thinker, um, like I just got a book, British atheism from Hobbes to, I forget who the last person, but so you have a major name. So you're not saying a year, you're saying from Hobbes, or if you're going to say from Descartes till, rather than a year frame. So if it's something like technology, and you're just going to put it randomly, like obviously technology has existed from ancient times till today, and so you just have the last 400 years in technology, and it's arbitrary, and anything that was longer than 400 years ago is not going to be included in this book. Um, or like the last 400, great rabbis of the last 400 years. So if the great rabbi is more than 400 years old, he's not going to be included. And if it was in the last 400 years, it'd be included. And so it's just arbitrary, as opposed
Yeah.
to, um so that, like, if you're just saying, so it just sounds arbitrary. And like, to me, like, I don't want, like, your confines are nonsensical to me. That why would I want to, just
You
like
don't
some.
think Descartes could be plausibly argued to be the progenitor of modern understanding of computing?
Well, I mean, it could be, but I mean, Descartes is, in already more than 400 years.
Yeah, it was an approximation. I mean, it would be starting with Descartes.
So it'd be more sensical to say, you know, the history of signal and processing from Descartes till today.
Yeah.
And we see if Descartes, I mean, Descartes died in 1650. So, if 400 years would have been, the 28 years of his life. So if he wrote that, saying that the 400 years is just arbitrary. So that's what his point is making. So, dump it. It's a bad idea. Um,
Yeah, you're putting too much stock in it. It was just a shorthand. The point is the thinkers. It's just that there's a lot of contemporaries of Descartes, like
and if you're saying that there's a progression of ideas, um, generally,
Gauss. Gauss is just as much of a titan as Descartes, but his influence is more subtle because he wasn't a philosopher like Descartes.
yeah. So if you've done the research to really know your idea and to know the important historical precursors to it, then presumably you would start at the beginning.
Holy shit! All beginnings are arbitrarily imposed by the author by like end result of their meta-analysis through basically a feeling. How else
No,
would
through,
you
through scholarship, you're saying, okay, the first recorded writings, and then you might even have speculation about uh, primitive man, prehistorical thoughts on the idea. So if you're talking like technology or something like that, like usually the first chapter will include speculation on prehistorical. Um, yeah, it doesn't make sense for you to be prescribing how to write something like that, and it's saying, what, you're not even a reader. So it's saying, like, one of the precursors to
Yeah,
writing
but
is
reading
reading.
doesn't
So I
make
could
you
say,
good at thinking.
like, oh,
Hold
okay,
on
I've
a
read
minute.
it.
Reading doesn't make you good at thinking, and what I'm describing is a thought. So,
Yeah, but you're talking about something that, like, you really have not only no expertise, you have
Well,
almost no
you think
knowledge.
expertise is conferred only by reading, and I'm saying actually reading fucks over your understanding. You have to have practical understanding.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about
Still don't
something
understand this.
that you're not even that good at writing, and to say if you had some, so okay, like at least you read a lot that you
You
could.
can be good at coming up with a story without being good at writing. A story is not the same as writing.
Well, I mean, you're kind of saying nonsensical, like, why don't you write a book on like some random thing? And it's because the topic
I'm
you
not
just said
saying
is,
you write the book. I'm suggesting we do it together. And if you don't want to do it with me, that's fine because I'm going to try to do it by
you can't even
myself.
write an essay. Like, how the hell are you gonna do something together? It's
You and
you
I
and me.
believe different things about the origins of ideas. It makes way more sense for me to be able to come up with the idea of a story than to write a story under my metaphysics. Under your metaphysics, maybe it doesn't make sense that that's possible. So I don't
Well,
know.
I think, I mean, start by, like, you can't even write an essay. So I mean, that's
So
what, so, like, start with writing a single essay. I mean, if you want to write an essay on the history of signal processing, like, like I encourage it. Then maybe you could do it in a standard essay format.
yeah,
I mean, if you're
I
trying
think
to
I will give
encourage
it a
me to
try.
write and just saying, like,
I'm not
you're
trying to
trying
encourage
to
you to write. I
encourage
was
me to
running the
write
idea
on
past you.
just
You don't have to write it
random
or not.
topics
I want to
that,
encourage you to write, but don't feel like you have to write about this topic. I don't. I'm fine either way. I want to write about it.
I was saying, like, practical, because, like, okay, I want to make money from my writing, or I want to have an audience, people are going to read what I write, then, probably still be a topic that I have expertise. The value proposition would still probably be Judaism. And, that's what he's even can I get picked up? Could I get, is it possible I could get, like, picked up on the UNS review or something like that? Like, let alone some other periodical. But, yeah, I mean, everything is interesting. Um, if I built up an audience, I'm going to do my math books on Wednesday. I'm going to keep on doing the tour of my library. And, from there, I plan, maybe next year to open up my own webpage and, probably republish my essays that I've already written and then try to get to regular writing. Whether I'll try to write like popular stuff, whether I would aim towards getting picked up by like a regular periodical that has viewership, like I mentioned, the UNS review or something like that. That I think I could probably write an essay on Nick Fuentes and Kanye West that's about as good as any of the other stuff that's out there, and maybe I could get tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of views. It's possible. It's remotely possible. I'm not sure if I'd aim to do that, if I'd self promote, like, I don't think writing on these other topics that I'd get nearly the viewership, let alone just like a historical survey. Um,
It's just really hard for me to believe that you care that much about number of clicks.
um, well, yeah, it's a metric. I care about metrics. So, like, I look at the value proposition. If it's valuable to other people, then that's one of the most given metrics. And, if I was going to write, like, I noticed the book on signal processing was, published, through the IEEE, the Institute of Electrical
Yeah,
Engineers.
IEEE.
So if like I like wrote my essay on 3D printing, there's periodicals on 3D printing. It has a viewership that if even if I got picked up in one of the few periodicals on 3D printing, that there'd be some sort of viewership to it. But yeah, I mean, certainly I'm a man of numbers, and metric and viewership is probably the single best metric that, let
Yeah,
alone if
because to me, that's not at all a metric for my work. So we have completely different ideas about clicks. I mean, it's just a matter of how much you're willing to clownify yourself. And I'm always going to be in the camp of have as much self respect as possible. Don't clownify yourself. unless you're making the point that you oughtn't clownify yourself. But if you're
No,
looking for
I don't
it's
think you're going to get
almost
more clicks
a
by.
direct correlation between how much of the
You're
muck you
not going to get
roll
more
rake and
clicks
how
by.
many clicks you're going to get.
You're not going to get more clicks by clownifying yourself.
All
I
you,
mean, if you're talking about,
are you serious? After all of our experience streaming, you still deny this simple truth that shit shows bring clicks?
no,
Come
I
on.
don't think. I mean, say there's drama brings clicks, like maybe sex, violence brings clicks, but
And
not just.
engaging with secular drama is like something like what you're talking about
Like,
here
no, I mean,
brings
like
clicks, just
bad
like you said.
content.
And then if
Bad
you
content.
clownify it, yes, if
Bad
you make yourself
content
a
doesn't.
caricature of yourself, then you make yourself something people can point at to make their point. Yeah, it's going to bring more clicks. The more
Bad
the more
content
you can
doesn't
make a
bring clicks.
dichotomy
I
and
mean,
it
like you
easier make it
clownifying
easier for
yourself.
people to say yes and no, then the more they're going to go towards it.
No, I mean you
Behind yours.
clownifying yourself. I don't think would get more clicks. I mean, say, okay, like God forbid, like um, maybe doing pornography would get more clicks, but even that wouldn't get that many clicks. Um, like, no, I don't think a clownification gets clicks.
Anybody
It's
in the
not.
audience want to weigh in on this?
It's
Because
not easy to get
maybe
clicks. Like
we're just defining
you can't
clownification
produce
differently
bad
here.
content and get
There's a
clicks.
semantic issue here that we can't overcome because
Well, I
we
mean, you're
don't have
just
the
talking
same
nonsensical. You
definition.
say like, oh, I could easily get like unlimited people to view me, but just by producing bad content.
I didn't say bad content. I said if you engage with what people are interested in, which tends to be drama related, and the more stereotypically you can do that, it makes the certain decisions easier. And the low effort cognition is what people seek out in what the French call divertissement or entertainment. So
Well, so it's
are
like if
you
I
this is
wrote
like
about,
entertainment versus
yeah,
education?
you're saying
The
just
more
nonsensical
education, the
stuff.
less entertaining, basically.
You're saying nonsensical stuff. I mean, it's really that it's saying like clicks is a metric of the value, and saying that there's.
It's clicks is a metric of how many people watched your thing. The value is I don't see the intrinsic value of a click. It's the value is in what a person took from what your teachings are. Feel free to disagree, but that's how I
You're
see
saying
it.
that people are interested in more common topics, but it doesn't mean that you're automatically, just because you talk about like I was mentioning, that if I wrote about Nick Fuentes and Kanye West and Donald Trump, like it does not just that's a topic that has more wide interest. Most of the major newspapers are carrying it, and it's something that I might have enough expertise, and I might actually have information that isn't being included in the major periodicals, like the
Absolutely,
like the Mr.
undoubtedly.
McGirl, Mr. Girl Destiny drama. Um, there's a certain viewership, like like not a huge viewership, but there's some viewership, tens of thousands of people that are following that. Um, maybe like if we talk to like Destiny, Mr. McGirl, we get a few hundred more views. But if we don't have useful information that isn't available in other places, then no, it's not going to garner any more clicks. Or even if people click on it one time, and like Luke Ford, like putting
Just
Richard
so you know, I
Spencer.
was talking about how you're going to structure your blog to bring in clicks, presuming that what you're after is clicks. And I'm trying to kind of persuade you that you
But you're
don't
saying
just care about
nonsensical. You
clicks.
said clown. You said clowning gets clicks, and I was like, no,
Only
clowning
to
gets.
say that you don't want to clown because you think laughter is degenerate, so that obviously just clicks isn't the sole metric to the
No, but
decision.
clowning doesn't get clicks.
I don't know where you get this idea, but
And
okay,
saying
we
like,
can
no, I
just
mean
agree
like
to disagree.
laughter, like yeah, being a comedian's tough work. And
Yeah,
like
nobody wants to watch
if I tried
comedy.
to be funny,
Comedy is just so unpopular as a genre, isn't it? That
well, I
was
mean it's more
sarcasm.
popular than science, but it's not. Most comedians fail, and I'm not looking to get into comedy, but it's saying like just because comedy is a bigger genre than science or spirituality, doesn't mean that if I switch to comedy, I would be successful and get more clicks. Like sports is a bigger genre, but like I don't know anything about sports. No one's going to come to my blog to
Well,
read
the
what I have to
question
write
is,
about
could you
sports. I
make
don't know
yourself
anything about it.
funnier in the interest of more clicks?
I mean, you're really just talking nonsensical. I mean, you're like Charles Moskowitz, like
What?
you're like dreaming to get picked up by Mike Lindell.
I I said making yourself funnier to get more clicks because you're being funnier and you're acting like that's an impossible proposition. Okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
see what
sure
the big deal is.
being funnier would get you more clicks, even. But I
Okay.
mean, no, I mean, there's a general science to publicity and media and value proposition, and like like God forbid, like bad content does not get clicks. There's a science to clicks. There's fields, there's genres that are more popular than other fields, and usually those fields are more competitive. So you could say like, oh, if you just took off your clothes and did pornography, you would get more clicks. Like, no, pornography is a competitive field. There's a lot of people. You're like, oh, you're like you could open up your OnlyFans account and you would get way more clicks. But like, no, OnlyFans is a very competitive field. There's hundreds of thousands of people that are doing that content, and like like any woman could take off their clothes and try to get more clicks. But then the reality is, there's millions of women taking their clothes off, trying to get more clicks, and most of them are not successful. You're like comedy. It's like like you just tell some jokes, you're gonna get more clicks. Like, no, comedy is a competitive, tough field. Even though it's a bigger field, there's a lot more, um, people that search for pornography and comedy than for science or history. But it doesn't mean if I switch to pornography or science or comedy that I'm going to get more clicks. Like, I don't even know anything about those fields.
I'm not saying switch to comedy as a topic that you discuss. I'm saying make your manner intentionally more funny using already developed techniques of hilarity to infuse your content with more jocularity in the interest of a larger audience.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would work.
And that wouldn't, you don't see that as working. And that's fine.
I said I know what would work. If I wanted, I would write about topics that have demand, that there's a value proposition I know something about. That's why I specifically mentioned like Nick Fuentes and Kanye West. There's a lot of people that are interested in that subject right now, and relatively, I probably know as much about it as a lot of the major places writing about it. That if I wrote a good article about Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, it could possibly get tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of views. And that's
So
not like clowning myself. That's a value proposition because that's related to supply and demand, related to my expertise on a topic. And saying like I don't have a venue,
I
I
didn't
couldn't
say
put,
that. That
I'm
was
not going to
clowning
put on the
yourself.
chess server an article about Kanye West and Nick Fuentes on the chess server. And if I just put it on my Twitter, no one would read it. I would have to you'll get published by someone like the Oons Review that has a huge reader, that has a reader base, at least that you'll go to their webpage. I understand the field of media. Um, and if saying for me to write about the history of signal processing, I mean, one thing that's a very small field. Like even if I was from the biggest experts, even if I got published in like the IEEE, I mean, maybe there's tens of thousands of people that read, like if you get like a major story on like the IEEE, and that's probably from the biggest, even like Science Magazine or some big magazine that would conceivably carry an article on the history of signal processing. That even that's relatively unlikely. And saying like, yes, the number of clicks is metric. Saying if you're talking about money, demand, there's known metrics related to these topics.
Aren't there multiple metrics?
Yeah, there's multiple metrics and they're known. This data, like you could get this data. You could find the various blogs or periodicals that write on these topics and their circulation.
So, if I take your meaning, you don't see the value proposition of writing a history of computers over the last blank years in order to contextualize a modern understanding of computers and consciousness.
When I say value, I might buy a book and read it. I don't see the value to me doing it. I don't have enough expertise on the subject. There's no payoff. I don't think anyone would really read it or be interested in my findings. And for
Really?
me to do a good effort on it would take years of my time. And no, I don't see anything to that. Maybe for you to do it, but I'm saying like you don't even know how to write.
But I come up with the idea because I can see how the modern idea of computers works. And then I can just string together all the historical ideas that formed it and then attribute those ideas to their progenitors.
Yes, I mean, good luck. Now you could pay someone, like if you had that tens of thousands of dollars, maybe you could pay someone that would research and write it.
Well,
Or
no,
if
this
you
is
were
an
a prof-
exercise for
or
me. This is an
if
exercise
you
for
were
me
a
to get better as a
professor that
writer. It's
if
for
you were
me
a
to
prof-
get better at writing and get better at summarizing a theme because you're saying narrative voice. And so I'm thinking telling a story, narration, theme, it all works together in the overall assimilation of the lesson that I think Pinker is getting at in the book.
yes, I mean, you're saying it's an exercise for yourself, and you think
Hmm.
you have a background signal processing, a significant about it. The topic interests you enough that you would find the research interesting. You're like, go for it.
I am.
I don't think that there's much commercial potential in it as an
I don't want to
exercise.
sell it. I want to give it away. I don't do
I,
it for
I,
money.
I don't even think you could give it away. But I mean, you might. I mean, a few people might take it, but yeah, I mean, but if anything, if you is a venue to research for your research, keep your mind active, uh, to work on your writing, yeah, sure, go for it.
Well, I'm going to start with just the outline.
I mean, like your
The
Gandalf,
goal
like
here is
what
not to
about
write
is him?
anything except an outline. I think that'll help. Have you ever done that? Just a pure outline before you started writing, or do you always write an outline before you write?
I only started writing those essays a few months ago. I don't write, like I only wrote in school, and but yeah, I mean, I kind of took notes. I didn't really write an outline. Um, I had conceptualized an outline for multiple truth hypothesis, but I don't even think I wrote it. But conceptualized in my head. But yeah, if you were going to write, that would be the general recommendations, flowchart, outline. But yeah, I mean, certainly go for it. Encourage it. A good way for you to work on your writing is
You
to
know what
like,
I just thought might be fun? Clearing off my table and gluing or taping a bunch of pieces of paper together and kind of like in the style of a giant
like
whiteboard,
stick it.
like almost
Yeah, I
like a
mean,
whiteboard. And then I could, yeah, like you said, did you say stickies? Yeah, that's a great idea.
stickies on your wall.
I could do
I mean,
that.
it's the type of thing that, like, if you were a professor of a class and people had to write papers, then you would have students writing papers, or when you're in school, you have to go through an academic exercise to demonstrate or mastery of the subject, or to work on your mind. And like as like we can review adult education, yeah, it's probably a commendable, positive thing to do.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because I feel like I've had a little bit of improvement on my writing and more insight into what form I want it to take. Like yogic technology applied to physics, or rather, how about just yoga applied to physics, or rather, physics that is not inconsistent with panpsychism, which is,
Well,
I
now
think,
you
my
see them.
original form of it.
I mean, you see how far you off you are. Like just the difficulty you have with the topic, and the even like I said, the introduction, where the first thing you have to do is like define the topic, and see how far off you are of even defining the topic.
Yeah, it's always hard to know how to set it all up. So I'm looking forward to this exercise for sure. So I've got two things coming up: is that, and I'm obviously still going to work on the overall writing, and then the awesome how well do you know Vedic philosophy? I thought we'd take a crack at some of those on the show, but I don't know if you're up for it, or if you think you can answer them, any of them.
With the Ashish Jalila blog,
Is that his blog? I wanted to confirm that, and I couldn't actually find info on it as to whose blog that was. But is it just his, or does he work for that outfit?
the
I'm
thing I
thinking,
shared.
yeah, I'm thinking of the one with the questions about Vedic knowledge. Test your Vedic knowledge of materialism, etc.
He just titled the article, "How well do you know
Yeah.
Vedic philosophy?" It wasn't like a test, and then it
Well, I
was
mean,
more
it's a bunch of
met.
questions.
Um, I'm not even sure what you're talking about. That's not
Seriously,
my interpret. I
there's a
know.
bunch of questions in that article. Do you know the article I'm talking about?
I'm the one who shared the article. Like, I
Right.
mean,
So, and I was saying, do you want to take a crack at answering them?
that's not my interpretation of. I have to reopen the article, but it has an outline: questions on God's nature, questions on material nature, questions on the soul's nature, questions on spiritual practice, questions on the mind, body. Question: in Vedic philosophy, monotheism, polytheism. Is Vedic philosophy monotheistic, polytheistic, deistic, pantheistic, panentheistic, Unitarian, henotheistic, or monistic? Is Vedic philosophy all of these? Is it none of these? Is there a single good word to describe what Vedic philosophy is? If so, what is a single word? I
So,
think I'm not sure if, I think these are more rhetorical questions. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's actually just a whole bunch of questions, but I'm not sure if,
well, no, they have answers. They could be answered in theory. Like, I don't think I can answer all of them because I don't have enough experience in these particular subdomains, but I could take a crack at some of them. Do you know what the answer is to the first one? No? Yeah?
I would, it's tough to say, like, I mean, there's schools of thought. Things, all these, it's monistic, it's a Vedic philosophy, monotheistic, polytheistic, deism, pantheism, and there's schools of thought that are all of those. You want to say it's all of those?
And I think the correct answer is neither. It says, is it all? It's neither all of them or none of them. So all of these could be potentially said to arise somewhere within it, but the single word is non-dualism. And the second one, honestly, I don't know.
And that's not my interpretation of what he was meant for. This like a test. Like these are.
But it says test, what do you think he meant by how well do you know Vedic philosophy? Just questions to put there for us to not attempt to answer?
Well, he wrote an introduction that I started reading.
But he doesn't answer the questions, does he? So to me, if he didn't want us to answer the questions, then he would have put the answers in there himself, and he didn't. So that tells me he does want us to try to answer these
It
questions.
opens up with the whole part. I mean, I stopped reading at the Sri Prabhupada that Krishna consciousness is a science, but he left detailed expositions of this science to his followers as he dwelled on religion. It was like speaking about the elephant while leaving the discussion of its parts to later. The simplicity of religion is not false. Um, I think all of these questions, therefore, in this post, I've collected some basic questions that should be answers by anyone who claims to know Vedic philosophy. People can use it to self assess their learning of the Veda. This is the start and not a complete set of questions that need to be answered. The fact is that many new questions arise. When we try to answer these questions, it would be pointless to talk about those questions before we know why there are genuine questions required to answer the simpler questions. If the reader doesn't know the answers to these basic questions, then it could be a good time to start reading the books yet again with the eyes open and actively searching for answers to such questions. The book is a bag of ideas, and our mind is a bag of sockets to fit those ideas. Depending on the shape of the sockets of the mind, different ideas are pulled out of the bag. If our minds don't have appropriate shaped sockets, then the ideas in the bag are either not pulled out, or whatever is pulled out is modified to match the mental socket shape. Good questions give us the appropriately shaped sockets by which ideas can be pulled from the bag without modifying them. Those ideas are already in the bag, but unless we have appropriately shaped mental sockets, they either remain hidden or misunderstood. Yeah, I don't really, think any of these have. One of the central problems in religion is that if evil, God created the world, and the world is
That one's
evil,
easy to answer.
hence
I've
evil
already answered
must
that one.
reside in God. What is the answer to the problem of evil in Vedic philosophy, given that God has created the material world, which is seemingly evil in some sense?
Free will. That's an easy one. To not allow the freedom to sin is more oppressive than not.
Finally, but these are,
God is not evil. God is not. God is benevolent. It wouldn't.
these are all paradoxical in nature. These questions.
I've answered two of them so far, so they're not paradoxical in the sense that they can't be answered.
Yeah, but I'm saying that that's an answer. That's not like the definitive Vedic answer. And there's schools of
That
thought.
implies there is a definitive Vedic answer. I think you're supposed to launch into an explanation of why these things don't have answers, as well as several commentaries on the answers, is my guess.
What I was
Obviously, I'm
saying,
giving
the
a
Vedic
quick,
answer,
a
you
quick
would.
rendering here.
I mean, the point would be that there's scripture that answers these questions differently.
No, the point would be that you could derive it from first principles through the oral tradition. There's nothing in it at all about scripture. Scripture is not the authority here. Knowledge of karma and knowledge of knowledge is the stick on this one, I'm afraid. So anything in a scripture gets blown the fuck out by whatever comes along that can be proven by the oral method.
I mean, that's your interpretation. That's not.
That's the interpretation. That is the basis of rejecting scripture. That's how it works. That's how these precedents get set. So I don't really think I can comment on the next ones because I don't know.
So you say
about the particular whatever. I haven't studied theology enough for whatever I would say about these ones to mean super a lot. But yeah, I think these are definitely meant to, if not to answer completely, then at least to try to answer them. So yeah, I don't know. I guess you don't want to try to answer these questions or what?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I think your approach to it's different than mine, and I don't know if it'd be productive. And in my knowledge level is small and like if it was Talmud or something, I would probably be able to quote the relevant sources that I might have an answer and like not just an answer. I would be able to, off the top of my head, to quote the relevant sources uh, related to that, like the Vedic. I don't have the kind of knowledge that like authoritative sources would come to my head. And
Oh,
I
I
mean,
see. Yeah, that's not how it works. The authoritative sources are cited in defense. They don't tend to be sorted as cited, excuse me, as the opinion. They're usually cited as like a supportive evidence to another claim. To say like, oh,
well,
I know it sounds weird, but there's this precedent here that's like obscure.
well, I mean, she's Delayla's a ISKCON devotee. I think I don't. I mean, that might be your approach to it, but I don't think that's his approach to it.
There may also be a scriptural precedent. Fine. Those two things aren't inconsistent. But something like the three modes, that's not purely Iskanite. That's like generalized Ayurvedic teaching. So I guess I'd be interested to know if he has answers to these questions, or if he's just sort of throwing them out there, wondering if someone will attempt to answer them. So I guess
Well, I
you're
mean,
not interested in trying to answer these questions.
well, he's written like 20 books, and yeah, I'm not sure. I don't. I'm not sure that the type way that you think there's answers that what he would be thinking, or I would think. I would say almost all of these are somewhat paradoxes where you might be able to quote scripture, but to say that there's a science or definitive answer, that almost all of these questions, to all these questions, would have schools of thought and probably multiple schools of thought to
No, I'm
answer them.
sorry. The modes of material nature transcend the schools. Uh, you can have different explanations, but no, that's pretty much one reason why there's three modes of material nature. So
Yeah, but the question's not their existence. I mean, how can there be three opposites when logic is based
I
on
don't
two
see more than
opposites?
one. I'm sorry, I don't see more
What
than
do
one answer to
ternary
that question.
opposites do to all the logical claims based on binary opposites?
Mm, yeah, there's really only a few acceptable answers to that one. But in terms of the three opposites, that's like pretty much. I don't the in particular those three opposites. I don't see. I basically only see one answer to that. But then, in terms of what do the ternary opposites do to logical claims based on binary opposites, that would be indeterminate because that's not enough information basically to come up with an answer. So the answer is really it depends here. Like if you're remaking a binary system into a ternary system, well, what's the map? And without knowing what the map is, it doesn't really. I don't see how you can generalize as to what it means uh, to all logical claims based on binary opposites. But I suppose if I spoke to him, I could get a better idea of what his presuppositions are with regards to the associated metaphysics. And if I could get that, then I could probably give a more specific answer because logic is a mere extrapolation of domain appropriate metaphysics. The third one, I would actually be interested to hear how they answer this question before I would give an answer. Because I've heard bad answers to this question. Not saying that, I'm not saying I blame anyone in particular for that, but I'd be curious. Let's just say I have not really ever seen a great answer to this one. So yeah, I guess I'll have to go through these on my own if you're not interested. Because that's another thing I want to look at is just sort of taking a crack at answering them, at least some of them. The ones that are abstract enough that I could come up with some reasonably cogent answer. Like stuff like the soul might be a matter of not even being translatable into English as a concept. So a bit of a fool's errand, maybe, or a dead end. Uh, that if the concept just doesn't exist in English, this sort of, huh? Uh, what do you think? Is soul defined enough in English to be able to talk about it? I don't think so. Like, I don't feel there's any way to confidently say we're talking about the same concept when we reference a soul. So I might not be too interested in these, and they seem pretty specific, but super interesting. Are you still looking at the questions or what?
Yeah, I was looking. I mean, our approach is too different, so I'd probably just be argumentative and bad content. Bad content because you would kind of just think you have answers, and then would claim your answer is authoritative, and I would think that there's multiple possibilities, or you would be looking for the scholarship to actually quote sources.
I guess you haven't read many scholarly sources on this topic,
Well, I mean, I've read hundreds of books on Hinduism,
but you
and
can't answer any of these questions.
I'm not. I don't think. I mean, these questions are all meant probably to be vague. I mean, they're philosophical questions that have multiple answers. I don't think there's a definitive answer, or if there is, there's a school of thought that there's different schools that have different answers. So I mean, I don't think this is meant to be, like a quiz that you're expected to have the right answer, and if you did, it would probably be from some sort of source from the Bhagavad Gita, and even if there was a a verse in like scripture, that it would probably be interpretable. And I think almost all these questions are paradoxical nature questions.
Then why did he make a claim about every scholar should be able to answer these questions? This seems weird. Basic
Um,
questions that should be answered by anyone who claims to know Vedic philosophy. What do you think that means?
yeah, I'm not sure because I've read his books, and he might think that he has answers, definitive answers to these questions. Um, and I'm not sure if there are people who claim to know Vedic philosophy like that. And so, if it's ISKCON, they might have doctrine. If it's doctrine, it's largely doctrine because Prabhupada said so, or because it comes from strip because the an authoritative source says so.
Sorry,
So I'm
I
not
missed the
sure.
answer, but
I mean, he might be kind of like you, where, but
you mean
no,
like traditional Orthodox Hindu?
no, I mean where he would just claim that he has an answer, and that his answer is right. But
So
I
like
mean,
traditional Orthodox Hindu?
but I'm saying within, well, I mean, Orthodox would mean like authoritative. Like if you're ISKCON orthodoxy would mean that the answer to these questions is what Prabhupada said. So you would look up, and if you were a good devotee, you would have it
But
memorized
he didn't
already.
say that. He said basic questions should be answered by anyone who claims to know Vedic philosophy. There's no reference to Prabhupada there. So you seem to be really reading into it.
Yeah, because I'm not.
Like, do you deny that it's not about citing a scriptural precedent? It's about the correct interpretation of the application of a methodology where this stuff is concerned?
Yes, I'm not really sure what he's trying to do here, or whether, um, I mean, he might be biting off more than he could handle, and he might, if he thinks he has answers to these questions, he might not actually have, because I'm not sure that, like, there is a definitive Vedic philosophy. There's a That's not my understanding of it. So it's just gonna be argumentative, because you're gonna claim, like, you're basically your own self expertise, and then I'm gonna reject your expertise, and then so it's just
And
gonna
you're
be.
going to claim the expertise of authors.
Well, I'm saying from a ISKCON point of view, if there's an answer to these questions, it would be because Prabhupada said so,
Okay.
or like a Gaudiya mouth, it'd be from, there's an answer because there'd be through the recitation of scripture. So I mean, if I was going to give a Jewish answer to these questions, I would quote authoritative sources of, like, this is the answer, and even that within Judaism, I know it'd be sectarian, where most of these type questions wouldn't have an authoritative answer. There'd be schools of thought, and that'd be my understanding of the Vedic answer, that um, basically all of these questions have schools of thought, and even Prabhupada himself probably gave different answers to these questions in different places, and so, like, I would, to me, it would just be an indication of, like, your bad character or hubris, that you would think to have answers to to these questions,
I also
and he
see it
might
as
he,
hubris to think that you can undermine Adi Shankara.
he
So,
might,
what is hubris? What is unrealistic hubris is actually quite a matter of perspective. So, I would maybe try to
but you
refrain
wouldn't
from
actually quote
projecting
them.
so hard if I were you.
But you wouldn't actually have, like, the scholarship to be like, oh, the Adi Shankara says this here and here in this answer.
I don't
So,
think it's appropriate for me to start interpreting those scriptures at this
but I
time
mean,
since too
you
much
wouldn't
time has
be
passed.
you wouldn't be answering the questions with quotes.
There's nothing wrong with citing scriptural precedent for
But you
appropriate
wouldn't be
things.
doing that.
I cite precedent all the time.
Well, I mean, but yeah, I wouldn't expect that if we read through this that you would be, reciting a bunch of scripture,
If
or.
I was doing Advaita, I wouldn't be citing precedent because I don't think that would convince the audience. But if I was talking about something that already had an established doctrine and a ready-made application, I'd probably cite the precedent in the interest of not reinventing the wheel.
Yeah,
So
so I don't think it's probably a bad exercise for us to go through it together, because, like, um, our approaches are going to be too different, and then I'm not going to accept your answers, and then it'll be like I'm questioning your authority, so it'll just be argumentative.
yeah, I guess you'd have to want to reason out the idea yourself and not
Mm,
cite scripture.
Well, my reasoning out of the idea would be that there's multiple approaches to answering the question.
Yeah, and then if you were going to do non-dual approach, you'd have to list them all.
And
So
so if it was scholarly, then I would actually have to look up quotes and sources.
your opponent could ask you to justify everything from first principles, though. So at some point in your line of reasoning, you'd have to say, "I invoked the scriptural authority of books X, Y, Z" in your justification. Then,
Yeah, no, and so ISKCON would be the only,
yeah,
really, like, that if I give, like, that I will only have scholarship of to do that, would be within like, ISKCON framework, and even that. um so I'm like, I enjoy reading his stuff. Like, I mean, he's not considered authoritative in ISKCON. I think he's like a fringe ISKCON member. there's not too many writings on the topic, so he's one of the few people reading from the topic. So it's interesting to think about, but yeah, I'm not sure, and like my your approach is not my approach, and I don't think it made for good content, and it'd probably just be argumentative for us to try to go through those. But feel free if it's interesting to you. Like maybe I'll sign off if you want to. People are interested in hearing your thoughts on those questions. Go for it.
I'm probably
Uh,
not going to go through the questions right now. What I'll probably do is like answer a couple of them in my own if I'm interested. And you said you don't want to talk about it, so we don't have to go over it on the show. But it's an
yeah, I
interesting
might just sign off.
topic.
Um, we, like we've been rambling too long, so like, um,
So that's what I'll be working on, and look forward to hearing what you're going to be working on. And I'm still not clear what. I guess you're taking a break from writing until the new year, and in the meantime, you're going to stick to your current project.
um, well, I'm taking a break from writing till I create my own webpage, and I don't have any plan of creating my own webpage right now. So
Like
like,
a New Year's project.
yeah, and I might not even do it. So I got like like I said, for me, writing is for other people, and as of now, I don't think I have anyone to read my writing. So I'm going to try streaming more on my own channel. As of now, the only thing I have planned is my weekly tour of my library, and that may not be enough to even for me to think to open up my own webpage. It might just be a waste of my money and time. So we'll see. But I guess I'll probably try to stream with John tomorrow. Mob talk. See how that goes. Wednesday, I'm going to do my math and physics books. You're welcome to join after if you want to talk about that. And yeah, I wouldn't expect any writing. If you write, we could keep on going over it, and encourage you. Or if you want to, um, do something, like try like something on signal processing, that might be more neutral and a good idea if you have enough.
I wanted just to get practice in the domain of writing an outline before going in directly into the content. Do this as practice, like a Descartes to whoever perspectives on consciousness.
So I mean, even if you did that, if we could go over that next week if you have an outline of like your signal processing. Like I encourage you to work, do research, and write. But yeah, I want to waste less time on just like argumentative stuff. I want to be more uh, um, goal oriented, and like generally I go with metrics for goal orient. For a goal, um, to try to measure achievement of goals through metrics. So have a great week, and if, I'll watch back in 2 speed. So if you do go through and try to answer those questions, I'll
I
you know
haven't really given them enough thought, so I don't want to fudge my way to some garbage.
okay. So anything else?
Um, I have notes, but they're a bit of a mess right now, and I think we've been going for long enough, so I'll
Notes
table
on
it.
what?
Let's see here. They're not even really organized at all, so yeah,
You
I
don't
don't.
even, you
I'm
can't even answer notes on what?
well. I've been working for several months on a vocabulary and trying to narrow it down to the lowest number of words as possible, so that there's as little time as possible spent learning. Excuse me, my goodness, learning the vocabulary, and so that there's as much focus as possible on the ideas. And so it's sort of taking the form at present of like millions of notes where I'm trying to do a conceptual analysis. So put a word and then draw some lines out to the concepts that it deals with, and then other concepts and so on, and try to build that up to one like inverse net of an overall theme, and then strike it down into something that is aesthetically sensical, because you have to explain the words. I've got to explain the words somehow, but also explain the fact that the words aren't explainable and that they're just more or less, I don't like the word arbitrary, but get across the point that it's not about the words, it's about having the ability to encompass concepts
When you're creating your own
and
words, or you're doing some
have
sort of
have there be very little ambiguity when the words okay, so something like English has ambiguity in meaning. I'm basically arguing to minimize that
by
via
creating new words, or
structure.
by doing scholarship on like etymology, philology, or just by trying to create your own words.
It's a multi-step process. So for a while, the process was just figuring out where people were at in general in terms of their understanding. And then from there, figuring out what the distance of closest approach to the conceptual matrix that would facilitate a panpsychist understanding. Did you follow that?
Well, yeah, when you do it, so be through like scholarship, or through creating your own definition of words.
You're talking to a bunch of people and just listening to how they use the words. We're talking thousands of people, and also not just people face to face, but like interviews and whatnot, any source of that and how meaning might be inferred by a term.
Like
Does that
common
kind of
usage.
make sense? My yeah, my own personal meta collation of my interpretation of usage, and
But
then
not
sorry, go ahead.
not the etymology and philology.
I am fascinated with things like etymology and philology, but I was really only exclusively going for concept use. And everything apart from concept use is super important, but not for my application, which is this synthetic language that basically negates it. I don't want to say fully negates the capacity for um, the goal of it is to minimize ambiguity. It cannot be done. Like language just is naturally just an ambiguous thing, but natural
Or like
language,
a
i.e.
functionalist
English,
school.
like English
I
is
mean, you had
super
like a
ambiguous.
fantasy. Wouldn't it be great if everybody accepted this word to mean that? Or you're
No,
going
no,
to take
no,
like
no,
a
no,
functionalist
no,
approach that
no.
that
I'm not.
the
This isn't
function of
a dreaming princess in a castle thing. This is a uh,
that
whatever the
functionally
current.
this is how the word is used, without like an etymological, philological scholarship, just functionally to say that the word functions for this use.
Yeah, think of it like one of the pieces of data that I would look at would be the frequency of use of a word like consciousness versus a word like awareness. So I'll say,
Now, are you
okay,
doing Google usage searches?
I weigh heavily most on. I'm sorry. I weigh the most heavily on my personal experience. So the people I talk to, because when I can talk to a person, like I can interact there, I have way more certainty on intonation, tone, intention, just the subtleties, right? But the trick here is that people don't necessarily know their own intention or very limited cognition of that. So what I tend to focus on is a combination of like it's metadata, it's proportional representation of terms punctuated by the particular people who use them, because not everybody talks about consciousness. So it's like, okay, well, there's only this demographic that talks about consciousness, and the other ones that do, how many times do they synonymize with awareness? And is it a proper subset? And so if a term's a proper subset, I can just jettison it. For example, that's one example of logic of what to do. But ultimately, it's arbitrary because you just have to encompass a finite number of properties. That's all you need, because then if you can encompass a finite number of properties, that's your basis vectors to map the space.
Okay, well, good luck with that. If you talk about that, I'll try to watch it back tomorrow too.
The point is that I need to get the words set in stone, and I'm almost at that point. And once they are, it'll be, I think, easier to write. But I'm still not quite at the point of being concluded for that one vocabulary. That was what I was getting at there. So thanks for listening to my explanation, and looking forward to the next
Yeah,
chat.
why don't we start an argument? But I mean, you can't get a word set in stone. And,
It's not a word set in stone. It's a set of words that I'm going to use, that I don't want to be adding words to my fundamental list of definitions. It's going to be like maybe 30 words. I don't want to be like, oh, I got to add a 31st word, or
let's
I
just
had
say,
to
like, when you
subtract.
write, you could say, I define this word. I will be using this word as this, but you can't prescribe the meaning of a word only in terms of your own writing. You could
Yeah.
prescribe how you personally will use the word, and then you can clearly define it, which is what you should do in the introduction to your essays. But okay, great. Have a great week, everybody.
Awesome. Take care. I'll see you next week. So I think the idea would be basically like there would be a glossary. So to define the terms, I'm not sure. I'm really not, but I don't think it'll work, because even just my one decomposition, which isn't even everything, like this is one decomposition. This is the signal processing decomposition. And that's not everything. This is great and awesome, but it's not everything. And it's a huge number of definitions. Not realistic to put all those in a whoopsie. There we go. Not realistic to put all these in an opening. But it may not even be necessary to put this matter fork in a book about an argument essentially for why physics ought to be made consistent with a doctrine of panpsychism. So this is meant to be not inconsistent with panpsychism, because I don't want any of my doctrines to contradict panpsychism. That would sort of invalidate the whole point. But notice how the word panpsychism is not in here. This is a signal processing. This particular decomposition is for signal processing. So it goes a long way and everything, and it's great, but it doesn't actually like necessarily encompass everything. So there may need to be several other cycles of terms. Now, ideally, there'd just be one Indra's net of terms. That would be the easiest thing probably to remember. But then if there's one single term or set of terms, then there's going to be the reification fallacy. So I'm like thinking, okay, just build it all in so that you have so many different types of matter forks. So basically make it clear that anytime one tries to win out over the others, that it's just a fallacy, basically. Going against the principle of multi-sidedness. So I guess it'd be like a point, like, do we need to talk about signal processing to this extent if all I'm arguing for is a panpsychist consistent view of physics? Then this is where I kind of get lost. So I think the next step is going to be to try to connect the concepts through similarities across other implementation modalities. So this particular one, like I said a bunch of times, the tired here is signal processing. But then there'd also be one that would just operate matter independently. So the mind, one I've talked about before, is mind is a quantum computer, but I have a just a general list here of Daryl's favorite concept, the primitive notion. Everyone knows how much she loves to talk about primitives and how important they are to the emergence of the causal order in human perception. All right, so I won't belabor this too much because I can't find it right now. I think I just have. Oh, wait, here it is. Woohoo! Got it. Got it. So something like this is also necessary. Got that. And so the point I'm at right now in my research basically is, can I whittle this down even more now? And having looked at the topic separately, and now I can see that the boundary concept is more generalized because I've managed to link up the definition of an object with a boundary, and like, does it make sense to define an object? Like, okay, obviously it makes sense to define an object, but at what level does it make sense to say that objects are kind of a thing? Because non-dualism objects, if an object is like a fixed boundary, non-dualism basically blows away that possibility. It's not, it's excluded as a possibility. But then there still has to be an account for why there appear to be objects or why there are object-like behavior. I noticed this comment from Anders saying that Advaita Vedanta is a good spiritual teaching, but has a false view on consciousness. I think that it's a mistake to presume that a particular translation, so there's the original teaching, it got written down and then it got translated, and then you interpreted the translation. So between the translation into English and you interpreting it, that's a lot of ambiguity. Like, what is the translator's knowledge of consciousness? How can they be sure that they're actually representing what Adi Shankara was saying? Under says, in spirituality, want us to point to authority sources because one can't prove, for example, New Age prophecies and scriptures. Sure, you just go to whatever source you can quote, and I suppose if you can quote the result, what your source would, if you quote the result, you can quote the result that your source would give without actually citing the source as an indication of knowledge. So there is some of that too. Just their command of the, not just the scripture, but the underlying logic of the scripture. And in some cases, it matters what individuals' opinions are with regards to scripture. But once you get a clear understanding of Ayurveda and how that works with the philosophy, it's a lot less daunting, I'm sure, than it seems at first. Awareness sounds like attention is something particular in general, and consciousness sounds like awareness in general. Yeah, so it's, think of it like we have this thing called perception that we do, and then we have thermodynamic processes in the universe, and we can't find a boundary other than our body to really separate this cognitive process from the rest of the world. So the properties that are attributed, it's about sort of disentangling attribution or distinguishing the attribution of properties between the various sources of properties is essentially corporeal of the body or mental of the mind. And this is another one of these metaphors I'm working on, which is not great. It's in the tradition of the thermometer temperature dichotomy, bring you the microscope specimen dichotomy. So it's a bit hard to, describe it. Like everything is witness consciousness. It's just different harmonics of this fundamental witness consciousness. So obviously the critics will say, well, that's not saying anything. That's completely trivial. And without interpretation, yeah, you get this trivialization where it's like, well, obviously the answer to the question is if who we are, what we are fundamentally is indistinguishable from witness. How can we distinguish the microscope from its specimen? Well, it's by witnessing. It's just a matter of if all you're doing is witnessing, then the answer is witnessing. And so it's a matter of realizing that the witnessing capacity is already intrinsic. It's just occluded by various material conditions, which then enter into connection with mental conditions and work together in a cyclone of suffering. But basically, you're looking at, like, I don't want to say pretend you're God, but imagine from a God's eye view, teach people how to minimize suffering is just a matter of teaching them how to perceive things correctly. And an ability to perceive things correctly is a lot easier when you have access to intuitive understanding of the properties associated with a particular process. And so consciousness has properties. And one of the properties you could point to would be what people call qualia, like the taste of coffee and stuff like that. And obviously it goes way beyond that because the taste of coffee has it's happening within a mosaic of other experiences. And that particular mosaic is amplified along the axes of a particular body. So it really shows you how to see the difference between the content and the senses of consciousness. But basically, yeah, consciousness has tons of properties: expansiveness, um, volume, friction, and so on and so forth. So you can expand properties of consciousness numerous ways. But essentially, you need all the properties that are more complicated to come out of the basic ones. So it's a question of what is the basic number of properties that a system has, and the answer is none because there's a non-dualism. So it's none, and then we can't. Why do we not use none? Because that has no coherence capacity, and you could use one. And one is actually good because it's usually where you can fix most of the problems of understanding is just quickly going to the monism step, recalibrating, go back to whatever your particular dualism is once you've corrected the misapprehension while still taking into account that it's a model. So start with actuality of zero boundary, then say, one boundary, but practically speaking, it's an application of anywhere from like 3, 4, 5. It can be numerous numbers of boundaries, but the overall goal is to encompass the number of properties within a particular configuration space. So according to me, it's mind, self, mind, self, thoughts, and consciousness. And between those four, you can encompass all the properties of consciousness in itself, just consciousness, that basic process. And then it goes past that to things like subjectivity. So this is a way to look at consciousness without the subjectivity necessarily being there. And that's extremely important in my approach because you're basically looking at a start over every time a little bit of the teaching is improperly perceived. So since that's the case, there's a lot of focus placed on getting it right the first time. So proof is If you're in an established school, it's actually pretty easy because it's just a matter of reasoning starting from axiom. It becomes more difficult and indeterminate when you're talking, and interesting, I suppose, when you're talking between schools, because it's like, well, why do you interpret it this way? Well, because this, and this. Oh, okay, well, why do you interpret it a different way? And there may actually be points on both sides, but it has to be subtle enough so that, texture of the disagreement is coherent. So it's good to have definitions. Often definitions are taken for granted, which can lead to confusion. For example, why do people mean by consciousness, right? So it's like I would ask people to just like take a step back from what you're presupposing here. But can you think of an example where a any type of writing, doesn't have to be a book, where a definition was given that was super insightful? Give me an example, because my guess is that the things that were insightful weren't definitions, they were composites, which comes back to this point. This is one of the last points I wanted to talk about before wrapping up, which is like, what's easier, an essay or a story? And it just depends on how you conceive of things. And for me, a story is a lot easier to come up with than an essay, because of the story, it's birthed from my own imagination, whereas an essay has to kind of hook into reality, which is a bit of a bummer because it's always like, as you can see, this huge, horrible, sometimes convo today that like you have to synthetically generate a narrative, or your stuff's just going to be basically like in the back of a cereal box type of instructions video, lol, or rather instructions manual. So Otter says that sounds like a complicated view. Is it a simple foundation? Yes, but it comes out very complicated because you have to give multiple answers to the same question, because there's the ultimate answer and then the sub-ultimate answer that you use to arbitrate errors in the non-subultimate answers. And then you can have debates about, you know, arbitraging the subultimate answers. So yeah, it can get complicated, but it's really just fundamentally only a non-dualism thing. It's just that understanding non-dualism is extremely difficult because it's like the yogic thing. You get a little taste, and then that's not the knowledge of it. It's just a taste, and then you get another taste, and that's still not the knowledge. You get tons of tastes and become a gourmand, and that's like a scrap of knowledge. Because knowledge is aggregate that happens numerous times, having gone around the toilet of experience, so to speak. So I would really challenge people to like, can you actually cite a document where definitions made all the difference in your understanding? Because I can't. I sure can't think of it. I tried to find explanations of idealism versus panpsychism on the web, and I only got even more confused. It'll get less confusing once you learn how to read evidence. So don't think of it so much in terms of great place to start, okay? Word clouds. It's not so much, obviously, the word order and blah blah means a bunch of stuff and the individual words, but there's also information and stuff like word clouds where you copy paste the entire document, put in a word cloud, and then it renders the words. It's like a histogram, a pictorial histogram. So it sort of shows you based on the size of the word, how often it gets used. It gives you this overall aesthetic of your writing that you can't really get elsewhere. And what helps with that is that, like, first of all, like you watched some stuff on idealism versus panpsychism, and on what planet would you expect those people to know about that topic? It's sort of, if the topic was known, there'd be some evidence. So, what's your best evidence that these people understand the distinction between idealism and panpsychism? And it's like, that's, I guess, why this writing this historical review is so important, because the cognitive dissonance associated with some of these knowledge bases has a non-trivial effect on the resulting pedagogy. See, Boltzmann committed suicide due to probably being harassed so much due to probably people being so triggered from the cognitive dissonance of based of God knows whatever he said. So whether the views, let me see here. He said it's a complicated view. I don't think it's complicated at all. Like I adore the simplicity of it. The foundation is exceedingly simple. It's just that like you can arbitrarily complexify it too. And it's fun to do that. It's fun to say like, okay, I start with 0 and then like pile on 5 levels of suppositions because why not? All right, integrated information theory of consciousness is kind of like digital signal processing. I like it because integrated is a good term to connect to. Like I just like it as a term, it's like integrated and entanglement and dependent arising and superposition. They all kind of gravitate to the same general theme of emergent space-time. So there's this thing that's got some information about you care about a lot, possibly icosahedral in nature, and then space-time, and then space and time plop out of that like an egg from a chicken, presupposing that the chicken pre-exists the egg, of course. So here's your problem with an issue with a topic like idealism and panpsychism. Anything you look up that isn't recent is going to be possibly right, but also possibly um, incoherent because there's different definitions now that words have that is pretty recent. So there's this lens of modernity that makes panpsychism. I don't want to say it's necessarily at odds with Cartesianism, but panpsychism and non-dualism more generally is just always sort of at odds with conventional notions. That's why they make the distinction. So it's like, we get it. The conventional notions are comfortable. However, they create problems, and therefore it serves well to negate them to some extent. And if you want, you can negate them to a full extent, but that's sort of more your own choice to implement that technology. I came to think that nothing is also one. The term nothing is a concept indicating emptiness, and that concept itself exists as a singular form. Again, you can sort of cycle through the various concepts. So the way to look at this is that emptiness has a certain number of properties that need to be associated with it in order to implement it as any kind of technology. So to talk about 0 and 1, we're already into implementation. We're already saying we're mathematizing this stuff. We're associating a number to it. We are, in some very vague sense, making it more concrete as a concept. God darn it, I don't like that use of terms. But yeah, it's all these things are never going to be the great ahas that they feel like they are because language just doesn't. Even the best words for the underlying concepts is still just roulette. There's still a huge amount of indeterminacy, and that's a good thing. Well, hopefully that people will see that point that it's a good thing over time. Definitions lead to an endless regression. I found yes and no. Like I actually love definitional regress because it's like the Socratic method with me. I can get to where I want to go through definitional regress the same way other pundits get to where they want to go through the Socratic method. So I don't mind it, but I know a lot of people will get annoyed by definitional regress. Whereas I hope people will come around to it as awesome and not take the fact of definitional regress. And I think I've done this sometimes, so my bad. Do not take definitional regress personally. Oh, just trying to see what the comments are here. And as long as the foundation is simple, I think it's fine to have all kinds of complex results because of that. The foundation is simple, but we're complex. Okay. And that's not just like a nicety. We have a very complicated perceptual apparatus. And so the argument is basically like super simple stuff is not, we're not really built to comprehend super simple stuff. Why math? That's probably why math tends to be difficult. So the foundation is metaphysically parsimonious, but for that reason, it's not simple in the sense is like you can't learn it in an afternoon. You either already have the intrinsic knowledge, it just needs to be turned on by experience, and that's very rare, or you get a gradual understanding through progressive initiation, which doesn't happen in an instant. It's a progressive perspective that builds over time. So you don't need to have an absolutist, it doesn't need to be an absolutist thing. 'Cause what you might find in the end is that what works for physics and what works for psychology, like basically cognitive behavior therapy. Why would like electrons be germane to cognitive behavior therapy? I mean, we're not going to throw either of those concepts out. But if there was a true unified field model, like there'd be a way to link electrons to cognitive behavior therapy, and I just don't see that happening. Like I see it as this is not parsimonious to do that. You just say, okay, one is relative to one thing, and one's relative to physics, one's relative to a subject, and there's a gulf between those things. And we're not going to attempt to bridge it. So it's simple if you're comfortable. Okay, it says basically as simple as you are comfortable working with incomplete understanding. So you have to accept that your verification in advance of receiving knowledge is indirect. And so you have to build up a certain competence with your indirect reasoning and subsequent trust in your indirect reasoning. Like, yeah, this seems, this teacher's making this claim, heard a bunch of other similar claims. Steel man the opposition. Always good to do that. Always easy to overlook things at the paradigm level. So obviously, to me, the foundation is super simple, and it is simple in the sense that you can just keep. It's simple the way a mantra is simple. So like a mantra like Om, just keep repeating that over and over, builds up momentum, great stuff. It's simple. It's very simple as a foundation. But is it easy to do that? To have the discipline to just keep doing that? And every time another thought wants to peek in, that you just bring out the Om every single time? Well, no, that's not easy. But it's a simple foundation. So there's a trade-off between simplicity and difficulty. And yeah, the whole I'm going to go to the max difficulty thing to like yoga max, that's the beginner. It's definitely a beginner mistake because it's so hard that you just can't rush it. So I would say that it's, from a practice perspective, it is simple. From a theoretical implementation perspective, it's really simple once you know the objective knowledge. It's just a matter of remembering it and reconstructing it based on its internal logic. That's easy. But getting to the point where you can access it is not easy. And practically speaking, most people will not keep their intelligence in general form. They'll domain adapt it, which will reduce the capacity for generalized implementation of conscious computation. Tim says universe needs a reason to have boundaries. Well, I guess if there are no boundaries, then what? Maybe one can think of all definitions as dependent origination, then that cuts off the infinite regression. Yeah, I do that. I don't have an issue with IR because I basically accept it as a necessary to some extent in an infinite situation, which we can't disprove is the case. And so it's a thing. It's just that then there's another argument on top of that where say, well, the subject is finite and can't coherently parse infinity in a practical sense. So we have to model it as finite because otherwise it's just incoherent. So I think the dependent origination is like one of the steps on the path of learning, and it's just something you need to learn. And it is a lot like yoga that you don't actually learn dependent origination in one go. You get initiation into important teaching. Then across getting a bunch of teachings, you see you perceive directly the dependent origination of all the teaching. Then you get the knowledge of what dependent origination is through direct experience. That doesn't get us to how do we define words? How do we define words to stop this annoying process of constantly defining words? And the answer is I'm almost there. It's really just a matter of like, is it enough to go with um, consciousness, as in the fundamental process, property, uh, substance? Is that enough to describe all the boundary variation? Or do I need to invoke essence as well? So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't think I need to, but then I'm kind of having this like 4 millionth come back on myself thing where it's like everybody else, not everybody, but a lot of people do define it. So it's almost like, is it irresponsible to not kind of define it as just like this not primary thing in the primitives? Because the primitives are designed intentionally to encompass a particular number of properties and it can't be changed, but you still give like I could define awareness, for example, as a function of the primitives. I think I've like lost my spot in the there we go. So yeah, dependent origination is a starting point, and everything is like a construct to order property to order emergent properties from there in the interest of higher understanding and better cognition. So dependent arising is kind of not a problem if you have atemporal causality, because the best way to understand dependent arising from unshifting perspectives is itself unshifting. Like, for example, five elements. It's not ever going to be not five elements. That's the traditional way of understanding the elementals. Maybe somebody can make an argument against that for whatever implementation, but it is implementation specific. The one that's not implementation specific is the traditional standard one that has a dependent itself has a dependent arising, or rather, medicine has a dependent arising with it. That's integral to that stuff. Find math that maps onto reality. Yeah, good luck with that. My own research indicates that's impossible because I define math as constructed from geometry, and geometry is necessarily dualistic because it necessarily invokes a boundary, but that would apply to set theory too. So boundaries can't map onto reality because every boundary costs energy and the energetic cost is minimized. John Williams says, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. You can think all day about how to solve a problem when a formula already exists and found by those that came before us. Yeah, I don't really actually think I'm finding anything new here. I think it's a good place to be when you sort of just surrender to the lack of new things, but there's new ways to discover the old things, and then that's just as good. Not be cheesy, but I think it is. So I'm not really trying to find a new solution. I am accepting the existing knowledge bases and employing it in a manner that arises dependently with my experience in this time now. So Tim asks, what's the yoga trade-off? Basically, that all the information is on the non-dualism side. So all the stuff we care about comes from non-dualism. We can look at this up in the Tao, right? Like the Tao that can be spoken of is not the real Tao, blah blah, this kind of thing. So Tao that can't be spoken of is the one that gives us all the information we're after. It's the range of potential, and then the trade-off is how you instantiate that uh, potential. So if it's just going to stay in potential, great. Uh, it just won't ever become applied knowledge or technology until you take it out of its potential. So that's where you get a trade-off. And so with applied technology, you're looking to keep as much of the undepotentiated information basis, but there's always going to be a loss in the possible information basis when you take something into a form where one of the ways I talk about clients like information positive, but basically give you information of some sort. So every time the yoga has this infinite potential, but every time you want to query information out of it, you're reducing the realm of that potential. So the most important thing is the wise application of that. And so that's why it makes sense to spend a lot of time talking about that there is that trade-off, so that when you're implementing things in a particular way, you understand that you're doing that what you're doing is a trade-off, but it's a necessary trade-off, because then that'll extrapolate to how your body works in the context of the experience that how your body creates the experience that you are. So I notice that the conversation seems to have evolved in the direction of pi being infinite. So Under says that dependent origination means that everything is connected into a wholeness, right? So we don't want to be defining things that are primitives. Primitives define things. If you start trying to define primitives, you're actually going the wrong way. You will naturally try to define primitives spontaneously, so you don't need to try. So what we want to try to do is not define primitives. We want to see, what do primitives define? Like, for example, consciousness defines awareness, because the properties of awareness include all the properties of consciousness plus a reduction in potential, a dependent origination with perhaps not a subject, but awareness is of a thing, whereas consciousness doesn't have to be of a thing. It can be a process unto itself. So wholeness is a boundary. Even conceiving of the universe as a single object is technically not non-dualism anymore, because you're sort of saying, okay, well, there's a universal monism. There's one universe. Dependent arising is pre all that, definitionally. That's why you kind of can't define it. It defines other things. Your expertise is determined by your ability to identify the general, say phenomenon, but generalized dependent origination in all things. And that's what is the mark of an expert. So math gives a chance to verify your claims, right? So my argument is basically that what math offers is a fake certainty, that it's only really a measurmental, it's not even a measurmental precision, it's a estimation of distance precision. Of course, everyone would love for their claims to have mathematical precision, which is exactly why is a bad idea, or it would seem to me to be a bad idea to use math in consciousness. And that's why I think it kind of doesn't go anywhere to say that consciousness is mathematical. It's a category error fundamentally because math has a strong logical component, and I guess you could say that there is a logic to consciousness itself if you had a very loose definition of the term. Dependent origination could be a clever way of exhausting trying to find separate causes. It's basically an alternate metaphysical stance as the null hypothesis framework. So the null hypothesis is not quite a metaphysical stance. It's like okay, it's more of a process of computation because it's about failing to reject the null hypothesis. So basically, that two things are independent. So I guess you could say that the aesthetic of dependent origination is opposite the aesthetic implied by the null hypothesis, even though a null hypothesis would be a little bit closer to what they call an epistemology than a metaphysics. But I think most scholars would agree that dependent origination is qualifies as some type of metaphysical thesis in the sense that you can't get behind it. So that almost to the point that attempting to define it may itself be a fallacy. Even primitives are separate forms, hence duality. No, they're not, right? That's my whole point. With non-dualism, that's not how it works. So even one concept is dualism in the sense that it's not non-dualism. So it's like monism, you want to call that dualism because it's not non-dualism. If you want to reduce it to just a binary categorical, then you have to do that. So it's not a false approach to try to define dependent origination. Try to do it. Go ahead and understand when it doesn't work out. Why? It's because, oh, I actually had that backwards. It's dependent origination that defines a range of things. And then there's maybe another concept that defines a range of things like consciousness, and then other things that define ranges of things. Like you could say geometry defines a range of mathematics, but not exhaustively. So it's part of it, but it doesn't cover the entire thing. So we need a bunch of other things that geometry on its own just doesn't quite get it all, but it's part of it. So it's very complicated, but I do feel like we are making a lot of progress here. So thank you so much, everyone, for talking to me in the chat. It really appreciate it. John says he wants to keep pi symbolic rather than converted. I want to do that too. And it's just so funny that I see these crazy arguments about pi being infinite. It's like, if you want to finitize pi, it's really easy. Just define it as the ratio between the circumference and the diameter of a circle. That is using a circle and its abstraction, its measurmental abstractions as primitive. And then you can, if you do that, pi is not infinite because the primitives, you just derive pi from the structure of the primitive. So there's an advantage to having your primitives rather than being numbers, be geometry. Because then you have something intuitive, like who's going to argue against the circle being a thing? And then you can have a finitist definition of pi, which is like, maybe if you understand algebra, it doesn't really matter if it's a finitist or infinitist definition of pi. It's like maybe be easier just to have that intuitive one, just for fun. It would be fun to use dependent origination as a foundation of logic and reason for why dependent origination can't be defined. Well, we can't prove axioms, right? So you'd be basically creating your synthetic DA logic and then it wouldn't be able to prove, sorry, it wouldn't be able to reason why DA can't be defined within its own parameters, nor would you want to do that because it wouldn't be compelling to anybody. You would want to make an argument for that in natural language because it goes beyond your own treatise of it. But it definitely can work. It's just that it's an active, evolving logic because at any point you have to be willing to scrap your suppositions and go back to the drawing board in terms of all your like parts, like that. What's that? I guess that'd be a good game example of it. Settlers of Catan. So you have the same rock, whatever rock, wood, bricks, and everything, but you can always put in a different order. So if you memorize the order, you're actually screwing yourself. Because what you want to memorize is the properties of the rock, properties of the wood, etc., so that you know where to deploy it independent of the what the board looks like. So that's what it means to be good at logic independent origination because you're always arguing on a qualified basis. So it's basically everything is dependently arisen. There's no independent identity, but I'm going to now assert a synthetically defined dependent identity, or sorry, independent identity because I have to, because these reasons. And you can argue on the basis of coherence. Is that specific? No, because you have to say domain X has a coherency necessity Y. And how do you establish that? Well, we're not really looking at it that way right now. It's just metaphysical simplicity. Metaphysical simplicity. Well, we want to look at it a little bit the opposite way. It's we still want simplicity, but it has to be sufficiently complex as to get to where we want to go. And then it's a question, well, where do we want to go? Well, we don't know all the questions. We don't know all the answers, but we want to be able to get to all of the answers that can be gotten to. Andre says primitives are part of oneness. No, just imagine you start at the beginning of your process with nothing. You just got reincarnated and you're like a kid again and just basically clueless. And you go on your journey of yoga and you just look at basically every word. Always focusing on what words you're hearing. And at some point, you get to diminishing returns. So it's not like you're having to go through being like a nervous wreck trying to memorize a dictionary. Most words converge to diminishing returns on like the meaning that is associated with them very quickly. Primitives are the ones that no matter how much you try to subtract from the concept that you still have a non-zero remainder. And the most familiar concept of a primitive is this oft misunderstood solipsism thing, which I think turns people off because it's like it goes against reasonable interpretation of physics, which is like, who gives a shit to create this hallucination? Like, it's just like an alien giving a shit that much. It's not, that the only version that makes sense is that the consciousness is a subset of an external state, which, because the internal state is imbued with consciousness and there's no boundary, so too must be the external state. So the primitive is, you could say it's consciousness, you could say it's awareness, you could say it's perception. Perception is traditionally understood as the primitive relative to subjectivity. So, in order to perceive, you need sense organs, you need a subject or ego. Again, depends, it's a word choice thing. So, perception, and then on the other end, you could have observation or just consciousness. So, those are things that you can't get under them conceptually. So, throughout experience, like, I don't expect you to take my word for this here, just go ahead and try it yourself, or you can look it up as well. And there's definitions there on Wikipedia for primitive notions and talk about it in various topics. And I try to bring it into those topics a lot with math, that they do use primitive notions, but this is more than that because you can never deviate from the primitive notion. It has to be always there. It's not just something you say once and forget. So oneness is just a concept. It's a concept that's actually understood to be not a great concept because it's taking away from non-duality. The big part of practice is just deconditioning monism into non-dualism. So primitives aren't a part of oneness. Primitives are concepts that remain when every other attribute of experience is when every other attribute of the thing is subtracted. So it's a thing is primitive always relative to something. So perception is primitive relative to subjectivity. Consciousness is primitive relative to matter. You could say like sets are primitive relative to math, or at least that's the claim. But the idea is that if you take your primitive, you can generate the whole system from the primitive using a logic that has a what could be argued to be metaphysical simplicity, or is comes out of principles including metaphysical simplicity. Wallenberger says pi is an algorithm, and I think that's true. I don't see the utility of defining a concept like pi as an algorithm. I think pi could there is an algorithmic way to get to pi, but I think just think of it intuitively. Like there's more than one way to do math, but it should be intuitive. And I think the most intuitive way to understand pi is the ratio of circumference to a diameter of a circle. And that doesn't require infinity, which is nice. So Tim makes an actually good point, is that every measurement requires approximation. It's actually more than that. So there's the approximation that the act of taking the measurement didn't fuck over the validity of the measurement process. There's the user end interpretation of the meaning. Those are two different things. Andrew says trying to use dependent origination and logic would be false approach. Yes, I don't know if I've read that one already, but it's not false. It's just a lot harder because it's active. You basically have to start over every time. I find that really fun because the restarting over is like it's kind of like what it is with cooking. Like I don't get tired of not wood cooking various dishes is fun to it. I guess it's fun because you can get a little better even after a long time. Daryl asks why I would want to dial in complexity. Well, I have to meet people where they're at. So theoretically, could make something as complicated as you wanted by just invoking extra axes of dualism and then saying, well, I need the dualism to map onto this other concept. So there's different implementations. There's like implementing the technology for yourself. You want it to be as easy as possible to think about. Implementing the technology for some audience, well, you're trying to basically build a path from what you know to the audience, which is what I'm working on with the writing and everything, and struggling so much with, but really appreciating all the input from the people in the audience and Doovid, of course. Let's see here. Where do I get generally understood as things? Do I make them up? No, like I said, I talked to a bunch of people and figured out what they meant by it, by how they were implementing it, and then talked to enough people that I got enough diminishing returns on the information I was getting from talking to them. And that's complicated because there's different demographics of people, right? Like a person who's an engineer versus an artist. Not even that they're necessarily always going to learn the same way, but broadly, there's tactics that I've found just work better generally with either demographic. That's part of it too. with designing definitions, it's for everybody. Anybody who wants to understand should be able to understand. So it's really just taking what everybody is already using, mind, self, thought, consciousness. And I don't even think I'm altering definitions. I'm just giving them what they need to encompass the space of properties. Stats uses triangulation to theorize their usefulness, assumes normal distribution, and has an arbitrary significance level. Not sure what that means. How can it be oneness if it's more than one word? Because words don't actually map, words individually don't map to concepts. Remember, language doesn't convey meaning. So concepts are somewhere else other than language. Okay. They're connected to it, but we can't presuppose the language conveys meaning because that's the convention. So if it's a conventionally held belief, then there's no effort going into it. Therefore, it's not a reasonable supposition. Quote, those who speak do not know, and those who know do not speak. Telepathy is the way to go. No words, no speech, just knowing. Well, look up chicken sexing, and that's something that I don't want to say you learn how to sex chickens telepathically, but it's well known that it's basically just a technique you have to learn through the oral tradition, which, contrary to what some people think, is not really anything to do with talking. It's about how you learn something by directly experiencing the embodiment of someone who already knows that thing. So we are going to basically bow to the mystery of the mystery schools. We're going to respect. We're going to be heckin' mystery school respecters. But we're also going to say we're just going to take a tiny little fragment of this because there's just like the secularists just fudged it up so badly that, well, it's going to help minimize the harm to just do a little fixer upper. You certainly don't want to overstate the certainty of the claim. This is dualism because physics and all this other stuff is dualistic because it's a domain of knowledge which is different from other domains. So dualism, so it's implemented. There's no question. But I want it to be something that is consistent with the stuff that's more advanced. So I guess it's I'm engineering this to be easy on the whole. Other systems will be easy for a while, and then basically total breakdown, crumbling, horrible, hard, having to start from zero. With this, if it's taken in correctly in the beginning, you don't have to start back at zero. You're always going to have to start back because no one's perfect. No one learns the first time, everything, blah, blah, blah. But it really kind of, there's something ultra crushing about starting back at a really zero where it's like, I didn't learn shit. And what I thought was learning was actually kind of making things worse by just ingraining the habit of something that's not knowledge, that is believed to be valuable knowledge. What is the point? Complexity is not fundamental. Well, complexity and has the same issue as everything else as the boundary problem. Do we want to say complexity starts here? It didn't exist before and it starts to exist after. Or do we want to say that it appears that there's variable complexity, but actually the complexity is constant, but the actualization of its potential via the structures that embody it varies based on where you are in the universe. You got to think of those two as those two. That's like you're coming down a path and there's a branch point. You can't go both ways. You can't say complexity is variable, but it's also fundamental. You have to understand both. Where on the more non-dual level, it makes sense to say that complexity is an invariant and that it's always 3 plus 1, but matter doesn't always have the same degree of embodiment of that 3 plus oneness on all the same layers. Or you can say, well, we want to just say life is complex and non-life isn't. And therefore, this synthetic boundary is between life and non-life. That's fine too. What's better than both is understanding of where the proper context of either lies and why neither is complete context. But one context is mostly subsumed by the other. So complexity is fundamentally invariant. That's the greater truth. But then it makes sense, maybe, sometimes, to say that there's a boundary between complexity and simplicity. And one such boundary could be life, and possibly others. I mean, maybe it makes sense to say that the information in a computer is somehow able to be complex in a way that the information in matter isn't. I'm just throwing out ideas. So, again, how things are, that's 3 plus 1. How we then come in and do philosophy is 0. Start with non dualism, discover the 3 plus 1, and then generate from non dualism arbitrary 3 plus 1s. Or just go with the traditionally established one. It's up to you. Regarding supposed paradoxes, says Anders, I think the barber paradox can be solved by defining shaving as an atomic operation, and then the barber can shave himself only once. I have no idea. I'm not going to pursue too many self-referential paradoxes because I'm basically going to say like self-reference. The default position on self-reference is that it is incoherent, at least that it's not generating valuable information. Like if something is self-referential, that is an intrinsic, like, I don't want to say a flaw, but it's not good for a question of philosophy to have to reference elements of self-reference, because self-reference is itself a philosophical topic that's arguably unanswerable. So to invoke self-reference is sort of presupposing an understanding of self-reference that couldn't exist. The false belief that squaring the difference and taking the square root of the sum approximates the real value for sides greater than 2. Oh no, did nobody forget? Did nobody remember to check that the Pythagorean theorem was right? Don't look at the individual components of math as false beliefs, because then you're going to lose the utility of math. Why would you want to undermine the utility of math? I mean, something not being absolutely true doesn't mean it doesn't have utility. So I would more say let go of the belief that mathematical objects have a physical correspondence, because physicality is subject to non-duality. That is absolutely unquestioning. That, what is it, the collapsing and failure for theories that go against the least action principles. Basically that. So it's, you know, just pretty silly to try to decondition memory of math knowledge, but it's just better to realize that the truths of mathematics don't bear correspondence to physicality, and that that's a good thing, because math is constructed as to be kind of a way to help us understand reality, like a magnifying glass on our senses that exaggerates the fallacies that our senses make with object permanence in the interest of creating a confidence associated with measurement. So yeah, anyone can invent new math. That is true. And hopefully when more people understand what math is by seeing other people invent math, then they'll feel inspired to do that as well. And I would never want to discourage people from doing that, but I'd also say, like, look at the history and realize that most people don't invent maths, but that is still really fun to try. And maybe there is value pedagogically just to rederiving some of these systems for yourself, just on like the back of a napkin. Why would you want to have why is the number system with only one number shit? Like zero, 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 zero. It's shit because it sort of undermines the point of numbers, which is like a shorthand. But then you go into binary, and right away, that's like the basis of computers. So you can't really throw that away because that already has a qualified range of application, well defined range of application. Tim is now screaming that science requires math. Well, actually, it really it needn't. And when we start to believe that it ought to, I think there's a significant body of evidence to suggest that that leads to really poor conclusions. That maybe to say that science requires math is actually to commit fallacy. I think it's more accurate to say that science is a method that deals with physicality and that math is something we require to interpret physicality, which comes back to my temperature thermometer dichotomy that knowing how to read a thermometer doesn't really confer any special expertise on what knowing what a thermometer is doesn't tell you what temperature is. It only tells you that there is something outside of the thermometer that's causing it to register what we're calling a temperature. It doesn't actually speak to the conceptual, substantive, or other reality of temperature. And the way science is set up right now is sort of making it really easy to commit the fallacy of just not distinguishing that, yeah, there's a temperature and a thermometer, that every instance of recognizing a concept is at least requiring two steps, one of which is like a thermometer and one of which is like a temperature. The temperature is the concept outside you, and the thermometer is you diagnosing the concept. And it's meant to show that, yeah, this is a very reductive process. The temperature is like a one dimensional thing that's literally only redeeming quality is that it's easy to memorize and it's a number. That's it. Pi is I mean, that's great. And that works for conventional reality, but I'm sorry, philosophy is not about conventional reality. Okay. Philosophy is about unconventional reality, the stuff that's not self evident, you have to actually talk about to get an answer that isn't crap. Pi as a constant is actually fascinating because one can never pin down all the decimals of pi, yet one can refer to it as a single concept. Well, sure, I would say that if you define pi as the ratio between a circle and its diameter, that's constant. Or sorry, what did you say? Uh, Pi is a constant. Yeah, I mean it's definitionally a constant. And then if you're talking about pi as like an actualized computation, like an active iterated computation of that ratio, it's not a constant because it's a function of how far down you iterate the ratio, right? So I think it's important to go into these topics so that we can understand the types of errors we are predisposed to making. I'm understanding like even stuff like math has errors, but that those errors are necessary for the purpose that math serves. So understanding that there's a trade-off between errors and utility, and that non-dualism is the way to knowledge of non-dualism is a way to calibrate those errors because you can just take it back to dial it back to monism, or if you need to non-dualism, and then you get that bigger perspective that makes the correcting the error trivial matter, a trivial matter. Pi as an algorithm, I think that's true, but it's only one of many possible definitions. Yeah, I mean, you could probably write a book of different ways to use pi and say, like, well, actually, it makes sense. Like, if we're just looking at this from intuitive geometry, we're going to define pi as a ratio of the gen set. But if we're looking at pi as implemented in a computer, well, we have to define it as somehow algorithmically because it's particular in like you can't store the full thing, but it's like the full expansion of it, but its particular implementation is going to depend on what it's being operated on, in theory. All right, looks like we've been going for 5 hours, over 5 hours. I was going to talk about my awesome bug robot picture thing that I had on the screen, but maybe I can leave that to another time. It's basically going to be an example of like what's easier to do, an essay or inventing an entire universe where robots fight bugs, which analogizes the struggles of what it means to become a complete person and evolve in a context in which one does not context one does not understand or control. Mathematical division by zero fallacies can be tricky. Someone even said that in one of Einstein's papers there's a division by zero fallacy. Yeah, it's hard with math because you need infinity to integrate and differentiate, right? Because you're taking the number of tessellating rectangles to infinity when you're integrating, and you're taking the limit of like the infinite limit of the ratio of delta y of delta x. So if you take, the naive conclusion of infinity being, or sorry, dividing by zero being such an easy fallacy to make, so we'll just take out infinity as a possible result of like this ability for numbers to blow up at infinity through these fallacious implementation of the division operator, get rid of it. So it's hard to do that because how do you still have differentiation by zero if differentiation by zero necessitates the synthetic construction of dx, which is like kind of dividing by zero in the sense that it's zero adjacent for all epsilon greater than zero, delta greater than zero, such that like dx would be d whatever conceptually is the distance the closest approach to the zero. There exists no number between zero and the derivative as a concept. Daryl says black holes are a division by zero problem. I'm not sure how that's the case. I thought they were more of a problem for quantum state exclusion. So you can argue that all these infinity problems are just fake problems that are artifacting of mathematics, but that's to me very much insufficient because it doesn't account for the success of math, and it sort of leaves math in this impotent lurch. So I don't want to do that. I want to explain, give an account for the success of math, but also account for limitations of math, and it's fundamentally going to be in these philosophical questions is just not equipped to answer. Math is an implementation of philosophy. It's not something you can then turn around and use its axioms for philosophy. It's a way to basically sort of a proof of concept for philosophy. You say, well, math is applied philosophy. So yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Looking forward to the next one where I will have hopefully a couple of answers to those awesome transcendental questions, as well as an outline for my hopefully interesting story to like 7 or 8 people about what I believe is an heckin' valid place to truncate the historical record in the interest of contextualizing our evolving modern understanding of computers. And Tim, no, I will not toss philosophy because I think it's super fun and I like doing things that are fun. So thanks for tuning in.